Chapter 4472. That's not necessarily true. Unexpectedly, Taoist Duobao smiled faintly. Then the two of them started to fight crazily. Neither of them wanted the other to get the steel and find the next host body of the world's will. It's said that the higher the level of the host body of the world's will, the more terrifying its hidden power is. That steel is extraordinary. I'm afraid its level is not low. Even if I can't get the location of the host body, my talent will be greatly enhanced by the power of the clouds on the surface of the steel. The patriarch of the Ox Demon clan was also eyeing the host body of the world's will. Naturally, they had come for the power on the surface of the steel. Snatch it. Then, the patriarch of the Ox Demon clan transformed into a huge black ox and rushed forward. Along the way he crushed countless bones. Get lost. However, soon a powerful expert blocked him. This person looked unfamiliar, but he seemed to be a god from the void of Jiuzhou. Fight! The same thing happened in other directions of the steel. The expert's attacks caused countless bones on the ground to explode and rush into the sky. However, no one could get close to the steel, let alone take it away. They are fighting in the abyss of suffering. This is my chance. At this moment on the distant hill, Lin Ling's eyes were burning. However, he also knew that it would be very difficult to snatch the treasure from the hands of such experts, unless he had the speed of 2 million worlds. Damn it! The speed provided by the Quafu sun-chasing boots is too weak. Could it be that I can only watch them snatch the steel? Lin Ling secretly clenched his teeth. He was determined to get the host body of the world's will. After all, he had a feeling that he would have to fight with the host body of the world's will sooner or later. Therefore, it was better for him to take the initiative now. Moreover, he also sensed that the clouds on the surface of the steel seemed to be an extremely rare treasure. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Right, the Empyrean goddess told me to pay attention to the Four Directions prison. There are countless gods and demons in the prison. Maybe someone can help me. With that thought in mind, Lin Ling hurriedly performed a technique. A foundation-laying technique floated out of his body, and he entered it. Drip, drip, drip. The gloomy prison was dripping with water. From the depths of the prison, groans could be heard from time to time. Being in the prison, the pressure was immense. They had to endure the pressure of the ancient gods and devils. Lin Ling, with his hands behind his back, calmly walked past the prison. As he walked, he said, "Who among you knows how to use the Quafu Sunchaser boots? Tell me, and I'll give you a day off." Give me a day off. Sir, please let me out. I don't know. Get lost. All sorts of noises could be heard coming from the surrounding cells. There were the cries of demonic beasts and the cries of foxes. There were all sorts of strange sounds. Lin Ling's face was expressionless as a jade slip appeared in his hand. This jade slip was formed from divine yuan. After that, Lin Ling's gaze swept over it, and he immediately headed deeper into the cave. As a prison officer, he naturally knew the background of every prisoner through investigation. Therefore, he didn't ask any more questions after he had investigated the area. He went to search for it on his own. Through the Jade Slip's introduction, he discovered that there was a descendant of the Quafu clan in the square prison. If he could borrow a drop of this person's blood, he might be able to refine the Quafu Sunchaser boots. After a long time, Lin Ling finally stopped. He turned around and saw that in a cell on the left, countless stones were scattered around. A one-armed old man was carving something with a knife. Dao dragonfish. During the Age of Gods, it ate the heavenly Dao fruit and killed the descendant of a great figure. Therefore, it was sent to the square prison and can never leave. Lin Ling calmly said as he looked at the old man. However, the old man didn't pay any attention to Lin Ling. He was still carving. The things he was carving were all sorts of strange things. There were trees, mountains, cities, and even children. However, after carving, the old man would destroy his work and carve again. This cycle repeated over and over again. Lin Ling even knew that the old man had maintained the posture of carving for millions of years. I want a drop of your blood. Lin Ling didn't hide his purpose, and went straight to the point. The old man remained silent and ignored Lin Ling. I'll give you a day off. Lin Ling said again. Let's go, prison master. I don't know what you're talking about. As for a day off, haha, I'm not interested. I think it's quite good here. It's quiet here with no one to disturb me. The old man finally spoke. His voice was very polite, but there was also a hint of rejection. One had to know that in the square prison, there was no one who didn't want to leave, who knew that the old man wouldn't care. It's fine if you don't want a day off, but I need a drop of your blood, Lin Ling said. What use do you have for my blood? I'm just an old man in the mountains. Even my blood stinks. The old man refused with a smile. Is there no room for negotiation? Lin Ling finally frowned. He was really at his wit's end when he encountered such an unconventional person. Haha, prison master, don't bully me. If you want my blood, then come in and take it yourself. I promise I won't resist. The old man stopped carving and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. On the other hand, Lin Ling remained expressionless. He knew that the old man was laughing at him, looking down on him, and even feeling disdainful towards him. If he, Lin Ling, wasn't a prison officer, the old man probably wouldn't even be bothered to speak a single word to him, because it was obviously impossible to enter the prison and steal the blood. Although Lin Ling had the authority to punish, it was only punishment and not blood. If Lin Ling entered the prison, with his strength, Lin Ling would only end up dead. At least 70% of the God-fiend souls in the square prison were stronger than Lin Ling. There were even some felons who weren't God-fiend souls, but powerful God-fiends from the primordial era. Even Lin Ling didn't dare to approach them. I'm not very good with words. If I've offended you, prison master, please punish me. At this moment, the old man spoke again. However, Lin Ling didn't make a move. He had a feeling that this old man was a tough nut to crack. Even if he used the prison to deal with him, the latter might not compromise. Lin Ling looked coldly at the old man and planned to leave. From the previous jade slip, Lin Ling knew that there were many God-fiends who could help him refine the Kwafu sun-chasing boots. It was just that those God-fiends were stronger and more difficult to deal with. Now this old man called Dao Longyu had obviously rejected Lin Ling. So Lin Ling didn't want to waste time here. After taking a few steps, Lin Ling suddenly frowned and recalled the scene from before. He remembered that the old man seemed to be carving a girl. Lin Ling formed a seal with both hands, and a jade slip appeared in his hand. There was more information about the old man in it. Looking at it quietly, Lin Ling suddenly smiled and turned back. Chapter 4473. I want your blood, and I want you to beg me for it. Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and said calmly to the old man. The old man was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He could sense that the prison officer wasn't very strong, so it was impossible for him to ask for his blood. It would be impossible for him to do so in his entire life. However, who knew that the prison officer was young and ignorant, and had the nerve to say that he would beg for it himself? Who would be so stupid as to beg for their blood? The old man couldn't be bothered to say more, and continued to carve his stone sculpture. Your granddaughter, Dao Plain Maiden, will face her tribulation in 10 days. She won't be able to survive this tribulation. Tomorrow is also the wedding day of your 632th generation descendant. Lin Ling said suddenly. Dao Plain Maiden. The old man, who had been nonchalant, felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The stone sculpture in his hand cracked completely because of his absent-mindedness. Plain Maiden is still alive. Is she still alive? The old man rushed to the cell and looked at Lin Ling anxiously through the bars of the cell. She's still alive. She survived the twilight of the gods and has been living in seclusion in the southeast corner of the broken realm of the gods. She's one of the rare survivors from the age of the gods. Lin Ling looked down at the old man and said, Good. It's good that she's still alive. The old man's eyes became hazy with tears, and his body trembled with excitement. Lin Ling looked at him expressionlessly, because he had seen the old man carving a stone sculpture. The sculpture was of a girl. He then checked the information in the jade slip, and found out that the old man had a granddaughter before he was sent to prison. This granddaughter was called Dao Plain Maiden, and she was the old man's most beloved granddaughter. However, her time is up. She has about 10 days left. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. Sigh, Plain Maiden hasn't become a mid-level deity after all. Hearing that, the old man was a little absent-minded and thought of that naive child. He had spent countless years in the square prison and had come to terms with everything. If there was anyone he couldn't let go of, it would be his granddaughter. Fortunately, you didn't end your line. At least you have countless descendants. Tomorrow will be a joyous day for your descendants. Lin Ling said again. What are you trying to say by suddenly telling me all this? The old man suddenly raised his head. However, after meeting Lin Ling's eyes, he discovered that Lin Ling was still expressionless and dignified. He didn't even deign to say another word. Don't tell me you want to let me go? That's impossible. How can someone leave this prison so easily? The old man frowned, and then his expression changed drastically. No, you're a prison officer. You have such authority. Suddenly, he became excited and looked expectantly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still looking down at him. Although I have this right, it doesn't mean that I will let you go. That's all I have to say. Goodbye. With that, Lin Ling turned around and left. The old man instantly became anxious and shouted, Wait, I promised to give you a drop of blood. Give me a few days off, and let me accompany my granddaughter in her final days. However, Lin Ling didn't stop and continued walking forward. I can give you 10 drops of blood essence. I can sense the aura of my clan on you. You want to use my blood to refine a treasure, right? I can help you refine that treasure. I beg you, please accept my 10 drops of blood. Seeing Lin Ling walking further and further away, the old man was completely flustered. He knew very well that once Lin Ling left, he would be left in a cold and merciless prison. He would never see his granddaughter again. Now he only wanted to see his granddaughter. Even if he could see her from afar, he would be satisfied. Thump. He knelt down and kept kowtowing. Give me 10 drops of blood, and help me refine the Kwafu sun-chasing boots. If you can do it, I will give you enough time off to see your descendants off. At this time, Lin Ling appeared in front of the old man again. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The old man kept kowtowing with tears in his eyes. He finally understood what Lin Ling meant, because he really did beg Lin Ling to accept his blood. I will give you 1 hour. If you can't refine the Kwafu sun-chasing boots, your leave will be cancelled. Lin Ling left a pair of Kwafu sun-chasing boots behind and strode away. Half an hour. The old man muttered to himself. Then, he didn't dare to waste any more time, and quickly started refining. After Lin Ling left the prison, he appeared on the hill again and witnessed the earth-shattering battle in the distance. Fortunately, although the battle was terrifying, no one had obtained the stone tablet. All the gods were restraining each other. I hope I can hold on for 1 hour. Lin Ling thought to himself, and then waited quietly. After a long time, 1 hour passed and Lin Ling returned to the prison. At this time, the old man personally handed over the Kwafu sun-chasing boots. Although he knew that this pair of boots was left behind by their ancestor, and he should take it back, he knew that Chu Feng was a prisoner. Chu, now that he was a prisoner, even if he could obtain the boots, what use would it be? Therefore, he wholeheartedly helped Lin Ling to refine the boots, and gave Lin Ling 10 drops of blood essence. These 10 drops of blood essence would allow Lin Ling to use the Kwafu sun-chasing boots 10 times, and increase his speed by 2 million world speed. In addition to Lin Ling's own speed, he would have a speed of 2,500,000 world speed. Moreover, if 2 drops of blood essence were to be used at the same time, his speed would reach 4 million world speed. Alright, your leave is up. Come back in 10 days. Lin Ling was overjoyed, and at the same time, he gave the old man a long leave. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. However, the old man was even more excited than Lin Ling. Then, under the envious gazes of the surrounding prisoners, he strode out of the prison cell. My lord, my lord. The other prisoners also shouted at Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not care about them. After leaving the prison, he appeared on the hill. His feet were also wearing the Kwafu sun-chasing boots, waiting for the critical moment to arrive. Rumble. Pop. 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 The battle ahead was getting more and more intense. During this time, there were several instances of the stone tablets changing owners. However, just as the powerful gods touched the stone tablets, they were all interrupted by others, resulting in the stone tablets lying on the endless white bones. As for Lin Ling, he watched quietly. Finally, His eyes lit up at a certain point. Now is the time. Lin Ling dripped 3 drops of blood on the boots. Then, the boots lit up and complex runes appeared. At the same time, a mysterious force flowed through the boots and into Lin Ling's legs, reaching his entire body. With a step, Lin Ling found that he seemed to have crossed through time and space. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the stone tablets. This shocked him. The stone tablets are mine, Lin Ling shouted in his heart. He hurriedly lifted the stone tablets and sprinted into the distance. The 3 drops of blood increased his speed by 6 million world speed. In addition to Lin Ling's own speed, it was 6,600,000 world speed. Chapter 4474. Lin Ling held the stone tablet and rushed forward. Then, with a slap of his right hand, a golden gourd appeared. This gourd was obtained by Lin Ling from killing others. It was suitable for storing things. Staring at the huge stone tablet in his hand, Lin Ling used his divine energy and tried to absorb the mist on the stone tablet. This mist seemed to be an extremely rare treasure. Goryelu, under the guidance of the divine energy, the mist seemed to be sucked in, turning into a vortex and entering the gourd. It's effective. Lin Ling was overjoyed. Then, he held the stone tablet and rushed forward. Looking from afar, there were flaming footprints in the sky. However, one couldn't see the person clearly because the speed was too fast. In the end, only a beautiful trail of flames was left in the sky. Walala! Lin Ling's speed was so fast that when he flew past, it formed a violent shockwave that uprooted many ancient tombs on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling had already rushed to an unknown place. However, that ferocious speed was also constantly decreasing. At this moment on the other side, that earth-shattering battle was still going on. The momentum was vast and mighty. From time to time, lightning would soar into the sky and illuminate the entire ground. These gods were crazily displaying their might on this piece of land, forming tsunamis, tornadoes, and thunderstorms that swept across the entire land. Every corner of the land was covered. Not good. Suddenly an old man exclaimed. That voice was so loud that it was like thunder. From this, it could be seen that he was truly shocked. The stone tablet is gone. When his next sentence floated out, time seemed to have stopped. All the battles stopped. Everyone looked at the land of withered bones. And when they saw that it was completely empty, they were all dumbfounded. Because the host body of the worlds had actually disappeared. Who is it? An angry roar rang out like the wrath of the heavens. They were fighting in an abyss of suffering. And someone actually stole the stone tablet right under their noses? Waves of anger and panic rose in the hearts of the gods. They looked at each other, as if they all thought that the other party had stolen the stone tablet. It can't be us. We were all paying attention to each other. If someone had taken the stone tablet, with our strength, how could we not notice it? That's right, no tricks can escape our eyes. Unless someone explodes with terrifying speed and steals the steel when we're distracted. Voices rang out one after another. The great god of Spirit Nation, Taoist of many treasures, and Kirishin all had grave and ugly expressions on their faces. He felt as if he had been toyed with. However, since he dared to toy with the deities, one had to admit that this person was quite capable. Furthermore, he was quite courageous. Look, there are footprints. Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance and said. In the distant sky, there were flaming footprints that extended all the way to the horizon. As expected, someone stole the steel while we were fighting. And from the looks of it, it seems like it happened half an incense stick's worth of time ago. However, this person's speed is terrifying. No matter who it is, we must catch him. The deities' expressions were cold and indifferent as they chased after the blazing footprints. An incense stick's worth of time ago was already enough for the gods to accomplish many things. However, they believed that they were strong enough, so they were confident that they could catch up to the steel thief. Rumble! The deities spread out and used their own methods in an attempt to take back the steel. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to be leaping through time. However, he also noticed that the speed brought to him by the Kwafu Sun chasing boots was gradually decreasing. This also made Lin Ling sigh softly. Although the Kwafu Sun chasing boots had been refined, he still couldn't control it. As the saying goes, Where sincerity reaches, even metal and stone will split. Unless Lin Ling could move the Quafu sun-chasing boots with sincerity. Oh no, they've discovered me. Soon, Lin Ling also noticed the changes behind him. This was because he had secretly left many evil ghost jellyfish along the way. Now those evil ghost jellyfish had discovered him. I didn't expect so many deities to be chasing after me. Lin Ling smiled. Although he knew that trouble was coming, for some reason, he actually felt a sense of excitement. What's the host of this world will? Then, Lin Ling stared at the steel, intending to memorize the engravings on the steel, and then throw it down. The engravings on the steel were very mysterious. Lin Ling had clearly memorized them, but when he turned around, he forgot everything that he had seen before. Damn it, it's this kind of trick again. Lin Ling knew that the steel had been sealed by someone with great magic power. Since I can't throw the steel down, I'll have to avoid the pursuit of these deities first. Lin Ling used 2 drops of blood again, and then rushed forward with all his strength. Time passed quietly just like that. Lin Ling rushed forward at a terrifying speed. He didn't know where he was now. However, the deities behind him seemed to have disappeared. It's you. However, just when Lin Ling was rejoicing, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then, a man with an awe-inspiring evil aura blocked his way. This person was tall and slender. His long hair was spread out, and his body was almost transparent. However, one could see that there was a mysterious power flowing within his body. His face was even more strange. One could not see his face, only a smiling face. It was the Spirit Nation's great deity. Lin Ling, it's really you. Although the Spirit Nation's great deity did not have any facial features, he quietly looked at Lin Ling. Any deity would feel their scalp tingle when they were looked at by him. If Lin Ling's strength had not increased greatly, he would definitely be affected. Lin Ling cursed in his heart. Then he smiled faintly and said, as expected of the Spirit Nation's great deity, even with my speed, I couldn't escape from your control. Lin Ling, last time in Spirit Light City, you ruined my descent. Then in the Spirit Nation's island you caused havoc there. At that time, I knew that one day in the future, I would meet you face to face. But what surprised me was that this day came so early. The Spirit Nation's great deity said, however, I see that you're a talent, so I'll give you a chance. Join the Spirit Nation, and I'll spare your life. Hee, when I was so weak, I didn't even plan to join. Now do you think it's possible? Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Seeing the Spirit Nation's great deity again, he no longer felt the same pressure as before. This also showed how much his strength had increased over the years. I know, so I'm just asking. Because if you refuse, I'll kill you. You won't have the chance to regret it. The Spirit Nation's great deity nodded and spoke again. His eyes were fixed on the stone tablet in Lin Ling's hand. Leave the stone tablet to me. He stretched out his hand, and a terrifying force of the god's steps gushed out. Although Lin Ling could not tell what the god's steps were, he could feel that the power of the god's steps was more terrifying than his steps of wisdom. As expected of the Spirit Nation's great deity, so strong, Lin Ling was shocked. Chapter 4475. If you can get it, I'll give it to you. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's other hand, and he slashed out fiercely. The blood sea instantly surged. A third-stage talent fusion sword was so terrifying. I heard that after entering the Ji-Er Ox cave, your strength greatly increased, Lin Ling. Now that I've seen it, it's indeed extraordinary. Your strength is on par with the 4 great gods. The great god of Spirit Nation exuded a dignified aura. Obviously, he was also very surprised. Absolute strength. However, this made him even more determined to kill Lin Ling. The Dominator stage of slaughter, coupled with divine power and physical strength, although it's very strong, it's still not enough for me to pay attention to. However, what surprises me is how did you cultivate, Lin Ling? How did you reach the mid-god level with both your talents? Moreover, you can actually fuse them. However, after killing you, I'll know everything. He stretched out his hand, and the god stage of slaughter was very domineering. It turned into a whirlpool and swallowed Lin Ling's blood sea sword. Pop, pop, pop. Between the two, the void was constantly shattering. The entire earth and sky were shaking at the same time. A destructive force rushed toward Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Too strong. This god stage of slaughter was too domineering. Then, Lin Ling sensed a whirlwind wrapping around him. Stage of wisdom. At such a crucial moment, Lin Ling no longer hid his methods. The stage of wisdom was sealed. Splash! The two gods' stage of slaughter collided, and the sound of turbulent waves came out. Then, the spiral wind that enveloped Lin Ling seemed to weaken a little. No, it should be the speed that slowed down a little. I can't seal it. Lin Ling was shocked. He didn't expect that he could only slow down the force and not seal it. I didn't expect you to be hiding the Soul-type God's stairway. According to legend, the Soul-type God's stairway is the hardest to cultivate. It has the power to seal all things. Unfortunately, your Soul-type God's stairway is only at the grand beginning and eternal level, while mine is at the grand beginning and eternal level. But even so, you have surprised me once again. I have a new understanding of your potential. This height is very terrifying. It's a pity that if it were other things, I can give in to you. But the will of the world will absolutely not allow that. You will never know this water. How deep is it? The great god of Spirit Nation said in a low voice. How deep is it? Lin Ling sneered and shouted. Do you think you're still the same as before? Do you think the Spirit Nation is the strongest? What do you think the Chaos Realm is? What do you think White Mountain is? What do you think Burning Heart is? Don't think that I don't know anything. His words caused the great god of Spirit Nation to shudder and fall silent. I didn't expect you to know so much. But go to hell. After that, the great god of Spirit Nation seemed to be enraged and wanted to kill Lin Ling. Sky-splitting slash. At the critical moment, Lin Ling could only erupt with the powerful Panga strike. Rumble. As the strike landed, it was as if the heavens and the earth were split apart. The absolute power unleashed by the great god of the Spirit Nation was also split into two. Then it disappeared into time and space, as if it had disappeared forever. Sure enough, you've obtained the Panga strike. Moreover, you've succeeded in cultivating it. Go to hell. The great god of Spirit Nation was enraged. His body disappeared on the spot, and appeared in front of Lin Ling in an instant, grabbing out with his palm. His speed was too fast. Even if Lin Ling had the Kwafu Sun chasing boots, he still couldn't react in time. Bang! Lin Ling's neck was gripped. The two of them floated in the sky. The great god of Spirit Nation looked coldly at Lin Ling, causing the atmosphere to be very oppressive. The great god of Spirit Nation seemed to be hesitating about something. But soon he made up his mind. He clenched his fist and wanted to end Lin Ling's life. Bang! However, at this moment, a palm suddenly grabbed the great god of Spirit Nation's wrist. Then, a mysterious person in a thunder cloak stood between the two of them. Rumble. After this person appeared, dark clouds, lightning, and thunder covered the entire sky. It was as if this person was the thunder of the great Tao of the Void. The entire ground was bombarded by lightning from time to time. The 100-feet-thick thunder also wreaked havoc in the firmament, the void, and the ground. Terrifying. You can't kill him. Amidst the earth-shaking thunder, an old voice floated out. Although it was quickly drowned out by the thunder, the voice was incomparably clear and ear-piercing. What a terrifying power of thunder. Although Lin Ling couldn't see this person clearly, his heart was pounding. Among the people he knew, it seemed that only Grand Wizard Chang Liang had such power of thunder. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that this person wasn't Grand Wizard Chang Liang. If this person doesn't die, he will definitely be our great enemy in the future. The great god of Spirit Nation said indifferently. He seemed to be familiar with this person. Perhaps. However, with his various miracles, he might be with us. The mysterious person in the thunder cloak said, I've thought about this before. However, if my guess is wrong, with this person's potential, if we allow him to grow, I'm afraid we won't be able to suppress him in the future. Therefore, I'm not willing to take this risk. Moreover, even if he's with us, who can guarantee that he'll join us in the future? His camp. The great god of Spirit Nation said coldly. Listening to their conversation, Lin Ling's heart was pounding again. This was because the great god of Spirit Nation had guessed that he was with them. Did this mean that Lin Ling was also a host body of the world will? Although the great god of Spirit Nation wasn't sure, this guess still shocked Lin Ling. No matter what, you can't kill him. As if knowing that it would be difficult to convince the great god of Spirit Nation, the person didn't waste any more words, and only stood firm on his position. Noticing this, the great god of Spirit Nation fell silent, and seemed to be hesitating. In the sky, the three of them stood there quietly. From their bodies, terrifying power bloomed and wreaked havoc in the entire sky. No matter how one looked at it, the three of them were top-notch existences in the void of the 9 states. Alright, I'll give you face. Finally, the great god of Spirit Nation let go of Lin Ling's neck. However, he also reminded, whether this kid has the same origin as us or not, in the future, he will definitely stand on the opposite side of us. At that time, I'm afraid we won't be able to shake him. These are all just guesses. The mysterious person in the thunder cloak replied calmly. The great god of Spirit Nation nodded and looked at Lin Ling, saying, "Hand over the stone tablet." Then, without waiting for Lin Ling to speak, a powerful force erupted and snatched the stone tablet from Lin Ling's hands. "Fine, I'll give it to you. However, I reckon that you won't be able to see this stone tablet." Chapter 4476. The 7th world will host body has finally appeared. I'm really looking forward to seeing who this person is. It's said that the last 3 world will hosts are existences that surpass the ancient era. They are even more ancient. If they are reincarnated, I will definitely devour them. The Spirit Nation great god looked at the stone tablet in front of him, and suddenly became excited. Even Lin Ling looked at the Spirit Nation great god indifferently, because he was also very curious about who the last 3 world will hosts were. After all, everyone knew how terrifying a world will host was. Among the 10 world will hosts, there would definitely be one that would dominate the entire era. What? Even I can't remember the world language. However, just as the great god of the Spirit Kingdom wanted to memorize the runic words, he failed as well. It was as if the 7th world will host was a taboo of heaven and earth. I don't believe it. However, the great god of the Spirit Kingdom intended to decipher these runes on the spot. He began to recite some ancient words in his mind. There were many, many of them. So Lin Ling and the Thunder Cloak Man were quietly listening. White Mountain, Burning Heart, Deng. However, after the Spirit Nation great god read out the 3 names, a terrifying power suddenly brewed in the sky. Then, a palm ruthlessly slammed down. Boom! Before the palm landed, heaven and earth shook. Even the Spirit Nation great god was suppressed to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. He then looked at Lin Ling, who was already injured, and now, he was even more injured. However, Lin Ling couldn't care less. He stared at the slowly descending palm in the sky. Although the speed of the palm was slow, it carried the majesty of heaven's will. It's the power that killed the sacred ancestor. Lin Ling's heart trembled violently. Rumble. At the same time, the stone tablet that recorded the world will host was smashed into powder by the palm. Then, a powerful force flooded out and slammed Lin Ling and the other 2 into the ground. Rumble. The terrifying aftershock didn't end there. It covered the heavens and the earth and obliterated everything. At this moment, no matter if it was the sky, the earth, or even space, they were all completely obliterated by the energy of the Grand Tao laws. After a long time, a huge palm print was engraved on the shattered ground. The palm print was so big that it seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. If a person stood in the palm print on the ground, they would not be able to sense where they were. Only when one was at the highest point in the sky would they be able to see the palm print on the ground. Tao palm. Moreover, within the huge palm, a large number of rock valleys appeared and were carved into ancient characters. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. What happened? What a terrifying power. Many gods were floating in the distance from the palm, and when they saw the scene before them, their expressions were extremely grave. Even though the destructive power was weakening, it still gave them a huge sense of pressure. This made them realize that a powerful god had interfered in this matter. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. This meant that the 7th world was a host body. This matter was extremely important, so it couldn't be leaked. Why? And in the middle of that gigantic palm, The great god of Spirit Nation stood there silently, constantly letting out roars of indignation. He was even more aware that someone was not letting him know about the seventh world will's host body. This also meant that the world will's host body wasn't simple at all. Did they interfere in this matter? Suddenly, the great god of Spirit Nation looked at the sky. His gaze seemed to pass through the endless void and landed on the chaos realm. Obviously, he also knew that the strongest existence in the host body of the world was actually in the chaos realm, sealed by countless ancient gods. It was also because of this that those ancient gods could not interfere in the matters of the void of the 9 continents and the broken god world. But now the chaos realm had interfered, which meant that something big must have happened in the chaos realm. Rumble. The buzzing echoes continued to float in the distance. Rumble. On the ground, the soil tumbled, and then a wretched figure slowly crawled out. It was Lin Ling. What a powerful move. It's the power that killed the sacred ancestor. Lin Ling also looked at the sky, but unlike the great god of Spirit Nation, he felt that the one who had attacked wasn't anyone, but the seventh world will's host body. And this person was from the chaos realm. The reason why Lin Ling had such a guess was that the great god of Spirit Nation had mentioned Bai Shan, Burning Heart, and Deng Xian. If he remembered correctly, the sacred ancestor was from Bai Shan, and the person who had killed him not long ago was from Burning Heart. These people were obviously against the ancient gods of the chaos realm. After all, the ancient gods were helping Lin Ling, but these people wanted to harm him. Therefore, Bai Shan, Burning Heart, and Deng Xian were most likely the seventh world will's host body. But this world will's host body didn't want others to know this secret, so it had sealed everything. This person must be an extremely famous figure among the ancient gods. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sealed the secret. Duan Nan, who came to capture me, had the power of the Buddha god in his lamp. Could it be that the seventh world will's host body is related to Buddha, and a very famous existence among the Buddha gods? In Chinese mythology, there are many famous Buddha gods, such as Guanyin, Tathagata, and even the victorious fighting Buddha. I just don't know who the seventh world will's host body is. Lin Ling secretly guessed. Of course, this was only his guess. I didn't expect to be injured so badly this time. Then, Lin Ling checked his body and found that a domineering force was torturing his whole body. It was the absolute power left by the great god of Spirit Nation. Lin Ling took out the Jade Cicada True Liquid and dripped a few drops. Then, he suddenly looked into the distance and saw a figure slowly walking over from the ground that had been destroyed. Every step he took caused thunder and lightning to fall, lighting up the sky. Lin Ling's face turned pale. Pa! Lin Ling quietly clenched his fist. In the midst of the thunder and lightning, he, who had always been calm, finally lost his composure. This was because he had finally guessed the identity of this mysterious person. After all, there were only 2 gods that he knew of who had the power of thunder and lightning. One of them was the ancestral witch Chang Liang, and the other one. Lord Lei Gong, you're still alive, Lin Ling said calmly as he looked up at the figure that kept walking over. However, his voice was trembling, indicating that he was not calm at all. Hee hee. A bitter laugh suddenly sounded. The mysterious person in the distance took off his hat and revealed an old face. And he was the Lei Gong from the Great Hall of Lei Gong. I've always been curious about who would save me from the great god of Spirit Nation. Now all these doubts are explained. Chapter 4477. It must be the great god of Spirit Nation who resurrected you. Lin Ling pondered and guessed. The great god of Spirit Nation had the ability to resurrect others. Therefore, Lei Gong's resurrection was most likely related to him. Lin Ling, nothing can escape from your fiery eyes of truth. Lei Gong came before Lin Ling and smiled with relief. This was because the last time they'd met Lin Ling, even though Lin Ling had been strong, he hadn't been strong enough to face the gods. Now, however, Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly, and he already possessed the strength to not fear the gods. Especially when he was fighting with the great god of Spirit Nation. Lei Gong clearly sensed the great god's fear of Lin Ling. Lei Gong, are you still Lei Gong? Lin Ling smiled helplessly and said. He could feel that there was a mysterious power in the thunder god's body. This power might have come from the spirit nation, or it might have come from the thunder god himself. After all, he was one of the hosts of the will of the world. Sigh, it's a long story. Lei Gong seemed to have something hard to say, and shook his head. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had wanted to persuade Lei Gong to return, but now he did not think so. This was because he had a feeling that Lei Gong had his own choice, his own decision. No matter what Lei Gong chose in the end, even if it was the world will, in Lin Ling's heart, Lei Gong was still Lei Gong. Taking a step back, based on how Lei Gong had risked his life to save him, Lin Ling knew that Lei Gong had not changed. Come. Lei Gong led Lin Ling forward. The two of them seemed to have endless things to talk about. Their previous relationship was that of superior and subordinate, friends, and even more like master and disciple. The two of them continued to talk. After a long time, Lei Gong stopped and looked at Lin Ling with a faint smile. Seeing you grow, I'm completely relieved. With Lei Gong Hall in your hands, I believe it will not decline. Lord Lei Gong, are you really not coming back? If Saint Guy knows that you're back, he will be extremely happy. Lin Ling finally persuaded. What's the use of coming back? I'm no longer Lei Gong, but the host of the world will. This is something that the entire 9 regions knows. Lei Gong let out a long sigh. He felt that fate was playing tricks on him. He had spent his entire life fighting against the will of the world. But in the end, he had become the host of the will of the world. So what if they know? Why care about other people's opinions? Lin Ling persuaded again. As long as Lord Lei Gong comes back, I will still be under Lord Lei Gong, and Lei Gong will still be Lei Gong. After living for so long, I don't care about other people's opinions. Therefore, I don't care about other people's opinions. It's just that I can't get over myself. Lei Gong said. Hearing this, Lin Ling stopped persuading him. He suddenly had a feeling that perhaps the reason why Lord Lei Gong did not come back was that he was using another method to fight against the world will. Lin Ling, with the appearance of more hosts of the world will, the 9 regions void is no longer safe. You've seen it before. The host of the world will is related to the chaos realm, so you have to protect yourself. I have a feeling that the 9 regions void will welcome more god masters soon. Also, you have to be careful of the immortal spirit nation, the 10 orthodoxies, and the U-continent divine ruler. Although these 3 divine gates are not comparable to the spirit nation, they are not to be underestimated. They are the forces left behind by the god realm. Now for the host of the world will, they have also surfaced. Sigh. Although the world will host carries the mission of destroying the world, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. At some point in time, if you can kill the world will host, and take everything from it, you can also become one of the strongest existences of the era. This is a shortcut, and for this shortcut, the gods will not care about the heavens. Everyone. Lei Gong sighed. Lin Ling nodded. Previously, the gods were fighting for the stone tablet, not to find the next host of the world will and kill it, but to gain benefits from the host of the world will. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. This was a principle that would never change. Also, you have a grudge against Lily Empress. However, she is not dead, or rather she is already dead. The current her is the real her. At this time, Lei Gong said again, and his words shocked Lin Ling. Lily Empress was not dead? Damn it. He should have known that the spirit nation had the ability to revive her. However, it could be said that Lily Empress was already dead. The one who survived was no longer Lily Empress, but another expert created by the spirit nation. No matter what, if I have the chance to meet her, I will end her. Lin Ling took a deep breath and said, That's good. This is a grudge between you and her. Although she has been revived, perhaps this was not her intention. She did not want to be revived, but the spirit nation did not have the choice. So when we meet again, you should help her on her last journey. Lei Gong nodded and looked deeply at Lin Ling. He then smiled and said, All right, I should go back. Lin Ling, to be able to see that you have completely grown up, I am completely relieved. Goodbye. Lei Gong, we will meet again. Seeing Lei Gong leave, Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. Lei Gong did not say that he hoped that the next time they met, they would not be opponents. This meant that Lei Gong was not helping the spirit nation, but had his own plans. After Lei Gong left, Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He then stomped his foot and sank into the ground, sitting cross-legged. A golden gourd appeared in his palm. He gently opened it, and a dragon-like mist spread out. This was the mist that he had obtained from the stone tablet. Lin Ling sensed that this mist was very mysterious, and had unprecedented power. Most importantly, even with the golden gourd sealing it, the mist was quietly dissipating. So Lin Ling had to seize the time to refine it. After sitting cross-legged, Lin Ling circulated the Chaos Divine formula, and the mist surrounded his body. Then, the mist flowed into his body and sprinkled in his 7 dantians like golden rays of light. It can't increase divine energy. It can increase soul power and the divine embryo's talent. Lin Ling sensed it and was overjoyed. Currently, there were many treasures that could increase divine energy, but there were very few that could increase the divine embryo's talent. One must know that the last time he was able to increase his chaotic body in the ancient tomb was because he had encountered the chaotic world. Not only could the mist increase the divine embryo's talent, it could also increase soul power. Treasures that could increase one's soul force were even rarer. Use it to increase soul power, and use the remaining mist to increase the divine embryo's talent. Lin Ling instantly made up his mind. After the battle with the great god of the spirit nation, he knew that his rank of wisdom was still too weak. If he could improve it, he would not have been so passive the last time. Chapter 4478. Lin Ling suddenly felt his entire body relax, an incomparably comfortable feeling. His soul seemed to have been sublimated. Moreover, he discovered that this dense energy was extremely ancient, as if it had existed since ancient times. As it continued to increase Lin Ling's soul force, there were no side effects. As his soul force continued to increase, Lin Ling also felt a mysterious melody enter his mind. It was as if he could hear the sound of all things, and even the breathing of the shattered divine world. Soul force. In fact, it was also a type of willpower. All things in the world had their own willpower. Some had strong willpower, while others had weak willpower. Without a doubt, those with strong willpower had tough souls. However, if their souls also had strong willpower, then their soul force would be incomparably powerful. Unfortunately, even if some martial fanatics had formidable soul energy, it was only the strength of their body and heart of the martial Tao that was formidable, and it wasn't the strength of their soul energy that was formidable. So, even though they possessed formidable soul energy, they were unable to strengthen their soul energy. Since ancient times, all things have their own willpower. Little grass has its own willpower. Their firm growth, regardless of the wind and rain, is only for the sake of survival and growth. This is their willpower. However, this willpower is still very weak in front of the gods. However, when the will of all things converges, the strength of this will cannot be underestimated. Countless thoughts appeared in Lin Ling's mind. It was as if he had seen the inheritance of a will. As for his soul force, it continued to increase, gradually reaching the 150,000 step mark. In the end, this mushroom-like growth completely slowed down. Not long ago, the great god of spirit nation said that my step of wisdom was at the very beginning, the beginning of everything. But now, I have a feeling that my step of wisdom has already surpassed the beginning stage. Just a little bit more, and my step of wisdom will reach the immemorial stage. Lin Ling was inwardly pleasantly surprised. Although he had 7 divine embryos, he had a feeling that the most invincible was still the step of wisdom. This was because the step of wisdom could ignore the grade of the divine embryos and forcefully seal the opponent. On the other hand, the divine embryos did not have this ability. However, the divine embryos were the foundation of a martial artist's strength. Only by having a strong divine embryo could one go further. The world of gods was filled with endless mysteries. It was different from a martial artist that wasn't at the level of a god. This was because a martial artist that wasn't at the level of a god could develop in various fields. For instance, if one's talent was ordinary, then they could cultivate their martial arts will. However, that wasn't the case for the cultivation of a deity. Every major domain was indispensable. Otherwise, one would be stuck in a bottleneck, unable to make a breakthrough even after 1,000,000 years. To put it bluntly, this was also a matter of foundation. If one wanted to increase their cultivation level, then they had to accumulate enough foundation. This time, my soul force has actually reached 150,000 steps. This dense air is truly mystical. It's a pity that it's too little. I'll leave the remaining dense air for my talent. However, there isn't much dense air left. What talent should I use it for? Lin Ling fell into deep thought. Right now, his chaotic body and wraith jellyfish were both mid-level gods, and they had almost reached their limits. Which of the remaining 5 divine embryos should he upgrade? This was a headache for him. I'll upgrade the Vajra Bodhi then. This talent and the Bodhi testimony divine art complement each other. If I can upgrade my talent, the benefits will definitely be great. Lin Ling finally came to a decision. He controlled the remaining dense air and poured it all into the Vajra Bodhi's dantian. At the same time, he constantly visualized the Bodhi testimony divine art. Right now, his Bodhi testimony divine art had already reached the 4th stage. He was only a step away from the 5th stage. Purple Bodhi's Vairocana, boundless Tathagata aura of the 4 directions. However, after his soul force had greatly increased this time, Lin Ling's cultivation of the Bodhi testimony divine art had clearly sped up. An old voice resounded in his mind. Purple Bodhi. This was also the last Bodhi. When this purple Bodhi appeared, the other Bodhis also silently flickered. Red Bodhi's heavenly sovereign shoe. 6 paths of myriad movement wind and cloud. Yellow Bodhi's 1,000 hands Guanyin. Guanyin's 1,000 hands shake the universe. Blue Bodhi's Sensi Dragon King. Divine Dragon Claws slay demons. Black Bodhi's Wrath King. Thunder Wrath shatters the void. Purple Bodhi's Mahavarakana. Boundless Tathagata aura of the 4 directions. A majestic and sacred aura, like that of a Mahavira's hall, quietly emanated from Lin Ling's body. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a Vajra. The 5-colored Bodhi's body bloomed, and the 5-colored Bodhi started to flow out of his body and slowly swim into one of his dantians. Then it formed a seed in his dantian, a Bodhi seed. At this moment, Lin Ling's physical strength, which was originally 2 million worlds, suddenly increased to 500,000 worlds. His power of divinity also increased by 10,000 streaks, and his foundation was 20,000 streaks. As for his speed, it had increased by 100,000 worlds, reaching 600,000 worlds. If his talents were combined, he could reach 700,000 worlds. After the upgrade of the Bodhivadra's talent, the help it brought was actually in every field. It was extremely rare. Whoosh! After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling exhaled a mouthful of air. His eyes opened, and they were like an angry Vajra. His body trembled slightly, and the entire ground shook. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. My strength has increased by 20%. Lin Ling nodded in satisfaction. A god's breakthrough depends on accumulation and foundation. Now I've accumulated quite a lot. Then, he stood up and wanted to return to the small valley. However, just as he moved, he sensed a few figures walking slowly on the ground. Most importantly, he knew all of them. I didn't expect to meet her. However, her strength has increased by a lot. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He took a step and shot towards the ground. At this moment, several figures were walking slowly on the ground. Their auras were like thunder, and their every move was filled with the domineering aura of a god. This was especially true for the burly man in the lead. He was like a demon king, and the air he breathed out could form tornadoes. Longyang, it's great to see you again. On the other hand, a blue-haired man grinned as he followed a woman behind the burly man. Based on his practically flattering appearance, it was obvious that the blue-haired man was pursuing the woman. However, the woman was very cold to him. Even though she didn't ask the man to fuck off, anyone could discern that she was clearly very impatient with the blue-haired man. Actually, even the robust man had noticed this, but there was nothing he could do, because he'd noticed that the woman's background wasn't small, and her current strength wasn't weak at all. Even though she couldn't compare to him, she'd at least surpassed his precious son. A good man that could support the heavens, and the earth couldn't even compare to a woman. Actually, it was a great humiliation. Therefore, he allowed his son to flatter him as much as he wanted. Chapter 4479. It was a pity that they couldn't tell the girl's true strength. However, the girl knew very well that she wouldn't be of much help to the young clan leader now. Ever since she went to that place, she was no longer the same person she used to be. She was even looking forward to meeting her enemy and displaying her true strength in front of him. She wanted him to know what level she had reached. Is that so? Then I'll have to thank your young master. The girl smiled and said insincerely. Clearly, she was just being polite. However, the demons were slow to react and thought that the girl was very reliant on the young clan leader. Generally speaking, if a girl was reliant on a guy, it would be a great opportunity for the guy. Unfortunately, only the blue-haired man knew that Longyang was just being polite. Miss Long, didn't you want to catch that Lei Gong? Hee. With the young clan leader's current strength, that Lei Gong can only kneel and kowtow when he sees the young clan leader. Suddenly, a demon with a snake head said with a smile. Is that so? Could it be that the current Lei Gong is no match for the young clan leader? Hearing the two words Lei Gong, the girl's lazy expression suddenly turned serious. She seemed to want to know the answer. The blue-haired man was a little embarrassed, because he knew that the current Lei Gong was even stronger than him. Of course, in order not to embarrass himself in front of his sweetheart, he patted his chest and said, Of course, I can defeat a mere Lei Gong in less than 3 moves. Really? Hearing this, the girl seemed to be a little excited. If that Lei Gong Lin Ling was even weaker than the young clan leader, then that meant that Lin Ling was no longer her match. This also meant that the battle between her and Lin Ling could finally end. Thinking of this, the girl revealed a beautiful smile. She couldn't wait to see that annoying guy. It's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask my father. The blue-haired man was afraid that the girl wouldn't believe him, and quickly asked his father to testify. His father was also a little embarrassed. With Lin Ling's strength, let alone his son, even he might not be able to defeat him. However, the current Lin Ling was nowhere to be found, so who cares about him? Of course. How can a mere Lei Gong be a match for my son? Moreover, I've already seen that Lei Gong. His strength has indeed not increased by much. Thinking of this, the burly man also let out a deep voice. Great. Hearing this, the woman no longer had any doubts. Right now, what she wanted the most was to see Lin Ling immediately and defeat him. And she was Longyang. Longyang, don't worry. I'm here. If that Lei Gong dares to appear, I'll definitely beat him up. Seeing Longyang so happy, the blue-haired man was also excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was naturally the young patriarch. Really? However, at this moment, a figure mysteriously appeared and blocked in front of them. His appearance was without warning, like a god descending to the mortal world. Even the burly man only noticed after the fact. Lin Ling. Staring at the man's appearance, Longyang's body trembled, then she laughed excitedly. Looking at the blue-haired man, his face was a little pale. He never thought that he would meet the person he wanted to brag about. The burly man was also surprised. The corner of his eyes kept twitching, and he was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak. Lin Ling, I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to appear here. However, you just crawled out from the ground. Don't tell me you've been hiding underground all this time. Suddenly, Longyang laughed sinisterly. Her laughter was filled with endless sarcasm. You have a problem with that. Lin Ling also laughed. Naturally, he could see that Longyang's strength had increased. If it was in the past, he would be surprised. However, ever since he found out that Longyang was also a host body of the world's will, he was used to it. No wonder Longyang could become the #1 genius after him. It turned out that Longyang's origin was not simple. Lin Ling's evaluation of Longyang had always been very high, because Longyang was also the genius who was the closest to him among the countless geniuses that Lin Ling had defeated. Moreover, she was still a genius who had not been eliminated. I don't have a problem with that. I just feel that you, Lei Gong, have declined so much that you need to hide underground and drag out an ignoble existence. Longyang said lightly, as if she was venting out all the depression that she had accumulated over the years. She could not wait to step on Lin Ling's face and say to him high and mighty, "Now who is more powerful? You, Lin Ling, are you convinced?" She even looked forward to seeing Lin Ling's worshipful eyes, kneeling under her skirt. Just thinking about it made her happy. Lin Ling also stared at her indifferently. He instantly knew what she was thinking. He could not help but shake his head. He knew that Longyang's beautiful dream was about to come to nothing. "Do you think I'm the kind of person who drags out an ignoble existence?" Lin Ling said. "Lin Ling, stop pretending. A year ago, you did not enter the sacred mountain. Now you have entered the sacred mountain. However, those who were weaker than you a year ago are now several times stronger than you. You must be regretting it now. Lin Ling, I have known you for too long. I know that you are the kind of person who refuses to lose face. Therefore, you must be pretending now. Alas, why be so stubborn? The current you can't even defeat the junior patriarch. You have already set the sun in the west." Longyang pointed at Lin Ling and said. She even almost pointed at Lin Ling's nose to reprimand him. "I can't compare to that trash." Hearing this, Lin Ling was startled. He also stared at the junior patriarch. The junior patriarch's face was pale. Bragging, bragging, bragging. However, he could not bring himself to admit defeat in front of a peerless beauty. The burly man's eyes were also twitching. He was the patriarch of the Ox Demon clan. He could only feel helpless in front of Longyang's words. This was because Lin Ling was a god who killed the old pagoda tree. He was inferior to his own son? This was the biggest joke in the world. However, he had already bragged, so he had to continue bragging. "That's right, Legong Lin Ling. Can you compare to me? I'll give you 3 moves. You're no match for me. If you know what's good for you, leave now and I'll spare your life." The junior patriarch braced himself and continued to brag. Seeing this, Lin Ling laughed. He shook his head and laughed. "You're amazing. I'm convinced." He was too lazy to argue with the junior patriarch. He turned around and left. Thank you, thank you." Seeing this, the junior patriarch was so excited that he almost rushed over to hug Lin Ling and give him a big kiss. He wanted to call him big brother. This was because Lin Ling had given him too much face. "Wait." However, Longyang said, "Lin Ling, if you want to leave, you can. First, you can leave on your knees. Second, you can attack the junior patriarch 3 times. If you can force the junior patriarch to take a step back, we'll let you leave. You can choose between the 2. Choose one of the 2. Longyang, are you crazy?" Hearing this, Lin Ling was stunned again. The junior patriarch was tongue-tied. Chapter 4480. Previously, Lin Ling was very cooperative and planned to leave. As long as he left, the young patriarch's bragging would not be exposed. But who knew that the one who stopped Lin Ling was Longyang? "Young patriarch, what do you think?" "Yes." At this time, Longyang looked at the young patriarch and said. The latter was about to cry. "You've already spoken. How can I say no?" So he also nodded. "If you think this is a humiliation to you, then you can give Lin Ling 10 moves. Longyang said again. Me. Yes. The young patriarch pointed at himself and then pointed at Lin Ling. "Give me 10 moves?" "Yes. 3 moves are not enough. 10 moves? Do you want Lin Ling to kill me? It's okay. With your strength. Maybe he won't be your opponent even if you give him 100 or 1,000 moves." "Yes," Longyang said with incomparable certainty. Back at the sacred mountain, although Lin Ling defeated the young patriarch, she could see that Lin Ling used all his strength. Now, the young patriarch's strength had increased a lot, and should be much stronger than Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, the young patriarch is someone who lost to me. If you can't even win against him, you should postpone our battle. I'm not an unreasonable person. I can give you time." "Yes." Thinking of this, Longyang also looked at Lin Ling and said. When she said this, her heart was incomparably carefree. All along, Lin Ling had rewarded her a lot. Now she finally proudly rewarded Lin Ling. "Longyang, I don't know what's wrong with you. And where does your confidence come from?" "Yes." Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He could not help it. "Ha ha ha. Yes." Longyang looked up to the sky and laughed. She had the heroic spirit of a woman. "Lin Ling, you don't need to find excuses. After all, you and I have known each other for so many years. How can I not know what kind of person you are? If you are so confident, why don't you dare to fight the young clan leader? Then, she looked at the young patriarch and said, Young patriarch, am I right? This yes. The young patriarch's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. He hoped that Lin Ling would take the initiative to admit defeat once again, to give him a chance to show off in front of the beauty. All right. However, Lin Ling couldn't back down. He looked at the junior patriarch and said, Junior patriarch, are you sure you'll give me 10 moves? Me. The young patriarch was scared and panicked. I'm sure. However, Longyang agreed on his behalf, because she also wanted to see how strong Lin Ling was. Then prepare yourself. I will use 70% of my strength. Lin Ling nodded and walked over step by step. 70%? That's not very good. The young patriarch had a feeling that he couldn't even block half of Lin Ling's strength. However, just as he was panicking, Longyang had already spoken up for him. 70%, that's not good. If you have the ability, give me 120%. Puff. The young patriarch almost fainted. This pretentious act was a little too fierce. Young patriarch, you have to be careful. At this time, Lin Ling had already made his move. Ferocious divine origin rolled out. It seemed that he didn't hold back. Then he pounced forward. He wanted to draw his sword, but in the end, it turned into a punch and blasted out. Boom. Seeing that Lin Ling was serious, even if the young patriarch was really afraid, he couldn't wait to be captured. He roared and transformed into the demonic ox. He took a step forward, and under the violent tremors of the earth, he charged towards Lin Ling. Rumble. However, after colliding with Lin Ling's fist, an unprecedented force was transmitted. The huge demonic ox was blasted away, and it was simply unstoppable. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if a mountain was rolling on the ground. It bounced a few times on the ground and flew thousands of miles high. It bounced further and further, and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, the 72 cave masters were dumbfounded. Longyang was also dumbfounded. Obviously, they didn't know Lin Ling's strength. On the contrary, the ox demon patriarch's face was very ugly. He roared, Lei Gong, he is my son. How can you be so ruthless? Previously, he thought that Lin Ling would be merciful. In the end, Lin Ling was not polite at all. With one punch, his son was sent flying to the horizon. Most importantly, he was beaten in front of him. He said that he would let me have 10 moves. If I don't use my full strength, it will be a humiliation to him. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the ox demon patriarch and said, You still have a reason. The ox demon patriarch was enraged. He took a step forward, and flames came out of his nostrils. He turned into a huge black cloud. If one looked carefully, it was not a black cloud, but a demonic ox that was even more ferocious than the young patriarch. He erupted with all his strength, and fiercely crashed into Lin Ling. Pop, pop, pop. A terrifying demonic aura rushed to the sky, causing the sky to tremble, as if it was being grabbed by a hand. That terrifying aura immediately sent Longyang and the other demons flying. Their faces changed greatly. Lin Ling, be careful. Longyang subconsciously shouted. She obviously didn't expect things to turn out like this. The ox demon patriarch personally attacked Lin Ling, and Lin Ling defeated the young patriarch in one move. Although this surprised her, he dared to provoke the ox demon patriarch. Innately, she thought it was impossible. After all, the ox demon patriarch was an ancient figure who gave Eugene and the others headaches. Bang, bang, bang. After the ox demon patriarch transformed into an ox demon, his body trembled, and endless black demonic oxen rushed out. These demonic oxen ran wildly along the ground, and violently rushed towards Lin Ling. When Lin Ling was chased by the demonic oxen in the 72 caves, it was because of these demonic oxen. However, that was back then. The current Lin Ling was not afraid of these demonic oxen. His hand reached behind him, and quietly grasped the sword hilt. Then, the tyrant song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He then muttered to himself, Third stage. The ox demon patriarch was very strong, so Lin Ling did not hide his strength anymore. However, compared to the majestic aura of the ox demon clan's patriarch, Lin Ling and his sword seemed somewhat insignificant. Lin Ling, why are you still not running? Such a scene also caused Longyang to clench her teeth and curse. She did not want Lin Ling to die here, because she had yet to take revenge. If she had known that Lin Ling was so strong, she would not have let that trash junior patriarch provoke Lin Ling otherwise. Today's matter would not have happened. Boom. However, just as she finished speaking, Lin Ling had already made his move. His sword slashed horizontally, and the demonic oxen on the ground were all killed by the sword, disappearing into the sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling appeared in front of the demonic oxen again. In his palm, a dazzling purple chi bloomed. Purple Bodhi Vairocana, boundless Tathagata of the four directions. Without using the Tyrant Song sword, Lin Ling ruthlessly slapped out with his palm. On his body, a five-colored Bodhi light appeared, turning him into a Vajra Buddha god. Boom! That palm contained 40,000 units of godly power. This was the ultimate godly power, after fusing with the third phase talent. That palm also contained 5 million units of divine energy. When the palm landed on the head of the demonic ox, it was as if it had hit a bronze bell, causing countless echoes. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the patriarch of the demon ox clan shook his huge head unceasingly, letting out a low and deep sound. Or in the future, that calm tone and emotionless eyes were like endless mockery in Longyang's heart. He was mocking her for overestimating herself, and mocking her complacency. Longyang opened her mouth, but didn't dare to speak in the end. You're one of the hosts of the world's will. Your future is limitless. If I fight you to the death now, I'll be taking advantage of you. I'll give you some time. Come and fight me when you're stronger. However, the next time you want to fight on your own. Letting some trash test me will only make it more embarrassing. Lin Ling also knew Longyang's thoughts. Therefore, after leaving these words, he turned into a rainbow and flew away. Longyang stood there quietly. Her white jade-like face turned red. I'm going to die of embarrassment. I'm going to die of embarrassment. This hateful guy must have deliberately embarrassed me before. Damn it, damn it. She stomped her feet and gnashed her teeth. However, how did he know that I'm the host of the world's will? Then she slowly walked forward. Suddenly, she felt that Lin Ling was very scary, because she thought that she was the only one who knew this secret. However, Lin Ling didn't say a word, but it was as if he had everything under his control. Since the spirit province back then, you've always controlled me, all the way to the final world, and then to the current divine realm. However, in the future, I'll definitely break away from your control. Longyang thought to herself. Her desire to become stronger became even stronger. Longyang is getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking back the way he came. When he thought of Longyang, who he had met earlier, his heart felt a little heavy. He had a feeling that Longyang had probably obtained a powerful divine fetus. Moreover, it was very likely that she had the divine steps. Moreover, Lin Ling had traveled all over the world, but he had never seen Longyang. This also meant that Longyang had probably entered a secret realm and obtained great benefits there. What a hardworking woman! However, Lin Ling also had some admiration for Longyang. Relying on herself, she continued to become stronger and gradually gained a foothold in this era. This was because he knew very well that Longyang was comparing herself to him. However, her speed of growth had surprised even Lin Ling. Therefore, if Longyang was compared to others, there were probably not many who could compare to her. What golden dragon of light? What saint progenitor? None of them could compare to her, including Lily Empress. Not long after, the 72 caves appeared in front of him, and Lin Ling went straight in, weaving in and out of the dark caves. Who are you? There were many powerful demons hidden in the caves. When they sensed Lin Ling quickly passing by, they immediately showed hostility. Get lost. Lin Ling released his aura. The caves instantly fell silent. The demons sensed that the newcomer was very strong. It was probably a god who could change the heavens and defy fate. Compared to the time when Lin Ling came, he could be said to be running amok now. When he came alone, Lin Ling also avoided some powerful demons. Only when he was with Grandpa Treasure God and the others did he dare to run amok. After a while, Lin Ling rushed through 72 caves, and then shot towards the valley. Now that the stone tablet that recorded the will of the world has been destroyed, the gods should have started to retreat. There should be no problem at the small valley, Lin Ling secretly guessed. However, after passing through the endless forest, the small valley also appeared in front of him. However, rolling smoke covered the entire valley, making it very mysterious. Moreover, a huge corpse was lying on the ground. It was the pangolin in the valley. What? Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression changed greatly. He quickly rushed over. When he reached the pangolin's side, he realized that the pangolin was not dead. However, it was seriously injured and could die at any time. Hold on. Lin Ling quickly shouted to the pangolin. Then, he took out the jade cicada true liquid and poured 3 drops into the pangolin's mouth. The emerald liquid flowed slowly and quietly into the pangolin's body. Gradually, the pangolin opened its eyes. Its eyes, which were originally filled with anger, finally softened after seeing Lin Ling. Chapter 4482. It turned out that 2 groups of experts had arrived not long ago. They had set up a formation in the valley, trapping the people in the formation. Moreover, they were constantly attacking the people in the formation, causing everyone to be severely injured. How could this be? Lin Ling frowned. Logically speaking, after the stone tablet was destroyed, the gods should have left. Why would they come to the valley? Moreover, Emperor God Zhonggang, Young Lin, and the others were all here. Ordinary gods should not be able to take advantage of them. Taking a step back, even if the gods were only looking for him, Lin Ling, they should not know the location of the valley. Oh no, it's the immortal spirit nation. Suddenly, Lin Ling guessed something. Because only the immortal spirit nation had come to the valley and knew the location of Lei Gong's palace. Then, Lin Ling raised his head and stared at the hazy fog in front of him. He instantly knew that it was a kind of formation. Moreover, this formation was very ancient. Even Lin Ling could not see through it. Enter the formation. Then Lin Ling made a decision. GG. However, the pangolin made a sound and stopped Lin Ling from entering the formation. Lil Kunlun expressed the pangolin's meaning again. It said that this formation was very scary. Those who entered the formation could not distinguish between friend and foe, and could not break out of the formation. Moreover, there were many powerful existences in the formation. The pangolin was able to escape because it had dug to the deepest part of the ground. That was why it was able to escape. However, it was still injured by the formation's power. What the pangolin means is that the experts of the immortal spirit nation are all in the formation. Lin Ling frowned slightly. However, he was even more determined to enter the formation. He guessed that the formation's foundation was most likely in the formation. This meant that outside the formation, unless one's Tao of spirit formation had reached a heaven-defying level, it would be impossible to break it. This formation is probably a combination of attack, defense, and trap. It also has an illusion formation inside. That's why everyone can't distinguish between friend and foe. The immortal spirit kingdom has no hegemony. You provoked me, Lin Ling. I will not rest until you are dead. Lin Ling was completely enraged. Even though Grand Mage Numinous Treasure's group had been killed by Lei Gong, this was the result of repeatedly provoking Lin Ling. And now, the immortal spirit nation actually dared to provoke them. Did they think that their Lei Gong hall was made of paper? Lei Gong said that there is an ancient god in the void of the 9 states. One of them is the immortal spirit nation, and the other is the divine ruler of the 10 orthodoxies. Now I want to see how powerful they are. Lin Ling walked into the dense fog in the distance. GG. At this time, the pangolin had mostly recovered and immediately ran over, wanting to carry Lin Ling into the array formation. Lin Ling leaped onto the pangolin and rode it into the fog. As someone entered the formation. At this moment, on a mountain peak that reached the clouds, an old man with a fox's mouth and monkey's cheeks sat cross-legged on the ground. He wore an ancient Taoist robe and held a whisk in his hand. He had the demeanor of an immortal. He lightly waved the whisk in his hand. When he saw the pangolin enter the formation, he was immediately delighted. This Lei Gong has returned. He couldn't help but chuckle. Whoosh! A tall and sturdy figure rose from the hazy ground like an ambitious and ruthless person. Every step he took caused the sky to explode. It was as though thunder had struck the ground. Lei Gong has returned? His voice was deep and resounding like a gong or drum. Earlier, I saw him enter my heaven-seizing good fortune grand formation. The old man with a fox's mouth on the mountain peak suddenly laughed. Haha, this thunder god is truly reckless. He clearly knows that the grand formation of the life-borrowing orthodoxy is difficult to deal with. It defies the heavens and can control the universe. Yet he actually dares to enter the formation. This is perfect. Last time when he seized the stone tablet, many people guessed that it was him. Although the stone tablet was destroyed, he was the first to obtain it. Although the stone tablet was stolen, he must have known about it. The ambitious and ruthless man laughed heartily. Xian Wu Ba, although this thunder god is new, he is quite famous in the four palaces. His strength is almost comparable to that of a god. At first, I thought he was someone important, but now it seems that he doesn't live up to his reputation. Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. He rashly entered the formation. Entering the formation will consign him to eternal damnation. The old man laughed. Famir nouveau riche. He thinks that he is a god just because he got some opportunities. He doesn't know that to us gods, even if he is half a god, he is still not a god. He only knows how to bully other gods. What's the use of killing so many? They are just embroidered pillows. Xian Wuba said disdainfully. He didn't put Lei Gong in his eyes at all. Of course he can't be compared to you, Xian Wuba. However, if you want him to reveal the secret of the stone tablet, sometimes using overbearing means won't work. Now that he has entered my formation, I will use my formation to torture him. The old man smiled confidently. His mouse-like mouth twitched slightly as he chuckled, looking very comical. That's great. A mere local god is qualified to fight against ancient gods like us. Xian Wuba nodded. At this moment, in the misty great formation, Lin Ling rode on the pangolin and scanned the surroundings with his soul power. This spirit formation is very extraordinary. After quietly inspecting it, Lin Ling was even more shocked. Up until now, he still couldn't find any trace of the formation. This meant that the formation was hidden very deeply. Looking around, he should have appeared in the surroundings of the small valley. However, he discovered that it was a world of its own, as if it was vast and boundless. In the hazy mist, he could faintly see tall mountains, as if giants were hidden in the distance. Not to mention his vision, even the range of his soul power's detection was not large. Kill. At this moment, a ray of light came out of nowhere. This ray of light was like ripples, and within the ripples was a fist. Middle stage lower deity strength. Lin Ling instantly determined the opponent's strength, and also punched back. Boom. This punch caused the ripples to explode, and even the sound of bones breaking could be heard in the air, followed by a miserable scream. However, just as Lin Ling wanted to follow up with another attack, the person disappeared. Using the Great Formation's help, Lin Ling's face was somewhat gloomy. The person from before was obviously not strong, but with the help of the formation's concealment, Lin Ling could no longer find any trace of him. So strong, this Lin Ling is indeed a god. Be careful, don't let him catch you. On the other side of the Great Formation, several men in Taoist robes were talking. They were the ones who attacked Lin Ling earlier. They didn't expect that such a sneak attack would be useless against Lin Ling. One must know that they had borrowed the power of the formation to increase their strength. Chapter 4483. However, Lin Ling did not manage to kill a single one. Every time Lin Ling wanted to chase after them, the barrier would hide them and prevent Lin Ling from finding any trace of them. What a powerful formation! Lin Ling had undoubtedly witnessed the ferocity of a formation once again. Die! At this moment another attack came. A terrifying fiery wind and fiery rain came, and it was mixed with the power of the steps of God. Oh no! Lin Ling's expression changed slightly, and he jumped up. He did not want to be a burden to the pangolin, because he sensed that the attack this time was no small matter. It was more than 100 times more powerful than the previous ones. Sword come! Lin Ling unleashed his full strength. The third stage of the talent fusion, the Tyrant Song sword in his hand. Whoosh! The tyrannical blood sea still gushed out, and collided with the fiery wind and fiery rain in midair. The two ferocious forces continued to fight. Lin Ling's blood sea was slightly stronger, and began to suppress the fiery wind and fiery rain. The surrounding fog was also blown away. This time, Lin Ling finally saw the person. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, the person was actually a young girl. Similarly, the young girl was also looking at Lin Ling in shock, as if she was surprised by Lin Ling's strength. Seal. Lin Ling sensed that his sword could not completely kill the opponent, so he also activated the Steps of Wisdom. The Steps of Wisdom was no small matter now. It was Lin Ling's strongest sealing technique, and together with Split the Heavens, it was Lin Ling's ultimate trump card. The power of the formation obviously could not stop the Steps of Wisdom. Therefore, although the person was not sealed, their strength was greatly suppressed. Opportunity. Lin Ling immediately used Split the Heavens to destroy this powerhouse. After all, if such a powerhouse did not die and hid in the dark to attack, Lin Ling would definitely be in endless trouble. This powerhouse was not the same as the trash from before. However, just as Lin Ling's palm was about to strike down, his pupils suddenly trembled violently. Because of the seal of the Steps of Wisdom, he was able to clearly see who it was. It was an old man, not a young girl at all. Most importantly, this old man was the treasure god of Nanwufingyu. Grandpa Treasure God. Lin Ling forcefully withdrew Split the Heavens, and slashed the palm to the other side, splitting the entire sky and earth apart. Lin Ling. Then the old man's voice. But at this time, the seal of the Steps of Wisdom disappeared, so the old man turned back into a young girl. Who are you? Almost at the same time, two voices floated out at the same time. One of them was Lin Ling's voice. Why has your wind and rain divine origin become fire? Lin Ling. Your sword of slaughter has also become underworld element. Then the two voices sounded again, and then there was silence. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he stared at the young girl in the mist, afraid that he would be affected by the illusion. However, he believed in his Steps of Wisdom, because even if the formation could deceive him, the Steps of Wisdom would not. This meant that the old man sealed by the Steps of Wisdom was indeed the treasure god of Nanwufingyu. You're the fake Lin Ling Dai. However, the other party was not as sure as Lin Ling, and wanted to attack again. Grandpa Treasure God, it's me. With no other choice, Lin Ling could only use the Steps of Wisdom again, to block the formation's influence. The treasure god of Nanwufingyu, who was sealed in the Steps of Wisdom, saw Lin Ling again. So he stopped attacking, but his face was full of confusion. Grandpa Treasure God, this is the effect of the formation's illusion. Right now, I'm using my soul force, so I can temporarily block the formation's influence. You should know how strong my soul force is. That seems to be the case. But why have you become an old man? Treasure God Nanwufingyu didn't understand. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and explained. The formation distorted our appearances, and even distorted the power we used. It deceived all of us, and its goal was to make us kill each other. Such a powerful formation, it can even deceive me. For safety's sake, I used the eye seal of the Wisdom Fist. Treasure God Nanwufingyu said in shock. This formation is indeed powerful. I'm afraid only an ancient great god could set it up. Right, other than that bastard country, who else is here? Lin Ling seized the opportunity to ask. There's also someone called the Ten Gates Orthodoxy. I think it's called Borrow Life Orthodoxy. Treasure God Nanwufingyu said immediately. It seems like there are two ancient great gods. Their goal should be the stone tablet. Grandpa Treasure God, don't leave my side. No matter what happens, don't pay attention to it. I will think of a way to break the formation. Lin Ling saw that the Stare of Wisdom was quickly disappearing, so he cut to the chase. All right. However, this formation is very difficult to break. I've heard that it's called the Great Formation of Heavenly Fortune Seizing Fate. It borrows the will of the heavens from the era of the gods to set up this formation. Back in the era of the gods, this formation killed over 1 billion gods. Treasure God Nanwufingyu said, and his appearance began to change. I'll find a way. Lin Ling nodded. He was shocked by the ruthlessness of the Borrow Life Orthodoxy, setting up such a formation to make them kill each other. If he hadn't been cautious and used the Stare of Wisdom, he would have killed treasure god Nanwufing Yu would split the heavens. But the most important thing now was to break the formation. With my current level of formation Dao, it'll be very difficult to break this formation. Chapter 4484. Don't kill him. I want to know about the steal from him. Xian Wuba said indifferently as he floated in the sky. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The old man nodded with a smile and said confidently, when he's exhausted from the torture, I don't have to look for him, he'll look for us. At that time, he'll regret it because he's actually killed his own family and friends. As the two of them were chatting, Lin Ling was walking around the prison. After a long time, he stopped in front of a prison cell. A middle-aged man was standing inside. He was wearing a clean Taoist robe and holding a brush in his hand. He was painting. Yong Luosheng, the grand disciple of the true Lord of Tao and Virtue. Because he was slandered, he was sent to prison for eternity. Lin Ling said calmly as he stood there. Haha, Lord Prison Master, I already know about that. There's no need for you to mention it. The middle-aged man was not surprised by Lin Ling's appearance. He was still painting. Lin Ling cursed in his heart. Were all these ancient deities so difficult to deal with? It would appear that they'd been imprisoned for too long and had lost their minds. Do you know about the life-stealing fortune great formation? Lin Ling asked again. I do. Lord Prison Master, what advice do you have for me? I want you to teach me this formation. What do you think? Haha, sure. If Lord Prison Master is willing to come, I'll teach you all of my spirit formation Tao. The middle-aged man stopped painting and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. His eyes were flickering with light. Lin Ling's eyes also shone. He'd seen Yong Luosheng's jade slip before. However, there weren't many records. This meant that Yong Luosheng didn't have any wishes, nor did he have a successor. Likely he didn't want to take a break. As for entering the prison, that was obviously impossible. With the strength of an ancient deity, he could easily kill Lin Ling and seize Lord Prison Master's identity. Lord Prison Master, although you've hidden it very well, I have a feeling that you're in a very urgent situation. There are many spirit formation experts in this prison. However, I'm the only one most familiar with the life-stealing fortune great formation. Thus, other than me, you won't be able to find anyone else to help you. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man smiled. You have guts. Lin Ling nodded. His eyebrows twitched, and a great calamity descended from the prison. These great tribulations were incomparably terrifying. They were specially prepared for those stubborn villains. The great calamity was also divided into 6 levels. The most powerful great calamity could even kill the prisoners. Even the ancient gods would not be able to escape death. However, Lin Ling had only summoned the 3rd-grade prison tribulation. The middle-aged man was also trembling from the raging flames. On the surface, he didn't seem to be injured, but his internal organs had already given birth to divine flames that continued to burn his body. This divine flame was like the devil flame that was born from the heart's devil. What a tyrannical Lord Prison! The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and said, You can torture me all you want, but if you want me to tell you about the heaven-seizing fortune array, you're dreaming. My lord, Yong Luosheng is also an ancient great god. In the past, he was not afraid of millions of celestial soldiers and celestial generals. If you torture him like this, he won't compromise. Haha. Those who can appear on this level are all extremely powerful people. Humiliation won't have much effect on us. The voices of the prisoners also came from the side of the prison. Whoever spouts any more nonsense will end up like Yong Luosheng. Lin Ling said coldly without looking at the prisoners. He knew very well that when facing these ancient great gods, he had to be more dignified and domineering than them. Otherwise, they would take the opportunity to rise to the top and be harder to control. How arrogant! The prisoners around them all gritted their teeth, but they also fell silent. Although they hated Lin Ling to death, they all knew that it was not wise to go head-on against the prison warden. Lin Ling looked at Yong Luosheng indifferently and found that the latter was very stubborn. Even though he was trembling from the humiliation, he did not compromise at all. Of course, although he did not compromise in his heart, he still put on a fawning expression. My lord Prison, please spare me. What's the point of punishing me like this? I'll call you Lord. I'll kneel before you. He kept begging for mercy, but he did not point out the way to break the array. You are very stubborn. Fine, I'll spare you today. Lin Ling nodded and turned to leave. Young Luoxing finally let out a sigh of relief. Previously, he saw that Lin Ling was not strong, so he wanted to put on airs in front of Lin Ling. But who knew that Lin Ling was very experienced in doing things? He was unmoved by force or persuasion. Moreover, he was temperamental and did not give face when he wanted to. This made him realize that a very troublesome lord had arrived in this prison. Crackle crackle. However, when Young Luoxing thought that he had passed the tribulation, Lin Ling suddenly turned around and walked back. He formed seals with his hands and used the prison tribulation to punish Young Luoxing again. This time, not only did Young Luoxing's internal organs, but even his soul was struck by lightning. It wreaked havoc, causing him to spit out foam and his face to distort. I'm suddenly in a bad mood, so I want to torture you again, Lin Ling said coldly as he stood in front of the prison cell. After he finished speaking, he finally turned around and left. Fuck. Young Luoxing was stunned for a long time before he finally spat out a sentence. Temperamental. He was a dignified ancient great god. In the past, he was also a figure who dominated a region. Now he was like a tiger in a plain, being bullied by a dog. It should be known that if it was in the past, even a god with the strength of Lin Ling would have to kneel down when he met him. Damn it. After a while, the raging energy in Young Luoxing's body disappeared. He lay on the ground, spitting out blood, and his trembling fists smashing the ground. The situation is not up to us. Young Luoxing, just bear with it for now. Yes, although that kid is not strong, he has a chicken feather as an arrow. We can't do anything about it. Comforting voices came from the surrounding prison cells. I know. I just hope that kid doesn't come looking for me again. There are so many people in this prison. I hope that he will find someone else next time. Young Luoxing replied gloomily. Hee, Young Luoxing, how does it taste? However, just as he finished speaking, a figure was standing in front of the prison door with a faint smile on his face. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? You. Seeing Lin Ling walking back, Young Luoxing was frightened. Lin Ling was really too temperamental. He raised his hand in front of him and waved it continuously, saying, Don't torture me anymore. Don't torture me anymore. Hee. I'm here this time because I suddenly felt that I went too far previously. I feel sorry in my heart, so I brought you a pot of wine. Lin Ling smiled, and a pot of wine appeared in his hand. Then, he threw it into the prison cell. Wine. Looking at the wine pot on the ground, Young Luoxing's body trembled. He rushed over and opened the lid of the wine pot. After taking a light sniff, his whole body felt comfortable. Then he carefully licked it. After taking a light lick, he couldn't help but let out a carefree sound. This was because he couldn't remember how many years it had been since he last drank wine. Chapter 4485. The wine is not bad, right? Seeing Young Luoxing drink a few mouthfuls, Lin Ling said indifferently. His voice made Young Luoxing react. He quickly put down the wine jug and did not dare to touch it again. Don't you think it's too late to realize it now? Lin Ling looked down at Young Luoxing on the ground and said, Tell me the method of the heaven-seizing fortune array. No, this array is priceless. How can I give it to you, just because of a few mouthfuls of wine? At this moment, Young Luoxing wished he could give himself a few tight slaps. Previously, when he saw that there was wine, his alcohol bug was triggered, and he secretly drank a few mouthfuls. Only now did he remember that the wine wasn't tasty at all. My wine is also priceless. Lin Ling sneered. Now I'll give you two choices. 1. Tell me the method of breaking the array, and this jug of wine is yours. Moreover, I'll give you 3 more jugs. Impossible. Young Luoxing shook his head firmly. Not to mention 3 jugs. Even 100 jugs is impossible. I promise my master that I won't tell anyone about the heaven-seizing fortune array, unless it's someone from the sect. You can decide after I'm done. Lin Ling ignored Young Luoxing's determination and said again, The second choice is that I'll torture you 10 times a day until you tell me the method. Anyway, I have plenty of time. You have 2 choices. Consider them carefully. Remember, even if you agree tomorrow, it's useless. You only have a chance now. After saying that, Lin Ling turned and left. He looked calm on the surface, but he was anxious in his heart. Because the longer he delayed, the more danger Yu and the others would be in. However, Lin Ling knew that he could not reveal it. Otherwise, these old foxes would raise the price, and it would be more troublesome. Lin Ling was now playing chess with an ancient god. They were competing to see who was more patient, and who would surrender first. 10 times a day? Young Luoxing's expression changed drastically. 2 choices. Surrender and you'll have wine to drink. Don't surrender, and you'll be tortured 10 times a day. Young Luoxing, you can't agree. He's trying to show you who's boss. That's right. If you agree, he'll be famous in the future, and our lives will be even more difficult. Young Luoxing, hold on. Cheers could be heard coming from the surrounding cells. All the ancient great gods were fighting for their own benefits. As long as Young Luoxing did not compromise in the future, when Lin Ling came to them for help, they would be able to raise the price. Bullshit. Insist my ass. Agree my ass. The one who is suffering now is me, not you. Suddenly, Young Luoxing let out a loud roar and rushed towards the prison door. He shouted towards Lin Ling, who was about to disappear. Lord Prison Warden, I surrender. I surrender. I want wine, I want wine. When he thought of being tortured 10 times a day, his legs went soft. That was because he still wanted to paint in peace. If he could drink wine every day, that would be even better. At this moment, Lin Ling was about to leave. When he heard those words, the stone in his heart was finally lifted. He didn't notice that his forehead was also dripping with cold sweat, because if he couldn't break the array, Yu and the others would be in danger. Even Lin Ling would be in danger. Therefore, this was also a moment of life and death. He walked back slowly with a calm expression. Young Luoxing, you're quite smart. Fine, I won't teach you a lesson. Tell me about the heavenly fortune array. This array is vast and boundless. Even if I tell you. Young Luoxing opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Lin Ling. Don't talk nonsense with me. You just need to tell me all the arrays. If you hide anything, don't blame me for falling out with you. As for this array, as long as you dare to tell me, I dare to guarantee that I'll learn it. Lin Ling's voice was filled with coldness and even murderous intent. Okay. Young Luoxing quickly nodded and then smiled. That 3 pots of wine. You said before that even 100 pots of wine can't exchange for the heavenly fortune array. So I won't give you 3 pots of wine. Lin Ling said. Young Luoxing was dumbfounded. He quickly smiled and said, Don't. I was just stubborn before. My lord, you see that I've surrendered. Just reward me with 3 pots of wine. Seeing that this ancient god was also submissive, Lin Ling was secretly happy. However, he still said coldly, hurry up and teach me this array. If I'm happy, it's not impossible to give you 10 pots of wine. 10 pots. Young Luoxing was drooling. Hurry up and teach it. The prisoners in the surrounding cells cursed secretly. This young Luoxing was too spineless. In any case, he had the title of war god Luoxing in the past. Of course, although they were cursing, they were also secretly drooling. Speaking of wine, it seemed like they hadn't drunk it for millions of years. At this moment, a light ball with countless arrays hidden inside it quietly floated out of the prison door. Lin Ling glanced at it cautiously and cast the seal of the steps of wisdom. Then he strode away. Your wine, I'll give it to you tomorrow. After leaving this sentence, Lin Ling disappeared from everyone's sight. Haha, wine. Young Luoxing sat on the ground and laughed loudly. He picked up the wine pot from before and slowly licked it. Young Luoxing, let me have a taste. Even if you don't let me have a taste, smelling it should be enough. No scram. Voices came out from the prison cell one after another. However, Lin Ling did not leave the prison cell. Instead, he chose another place to comprehend the array. He first used the steps of wisdom to seal the light ball, and then slowly comprehended it. This was because he was afraid that Young Luoxing had done something to the light ball. However, Lin Ling clearly thought too much. The light ball was filled with arrays, and there was nothing strange about it. Instead, an ancient voice floated out. Borrowing the heavens to seize life. Soon after, a large number of arrays poured into Lin Ling's mind. If not for Lin Ling's current soul force being incomparably strong, he might not have been able to digest these arrays. However, after unceasingly comprehending, Lin Ling also felt that this array was powerful. It actually borrowed life from the heavens and reversed the universe to form such a large array. And this kind of borrowing life was not only borrowing the lives of the myriad worlds, but also borrowing the lives of the undead, who were still reincarnating. It had to be said that this array went against the heavens. If an ordinary person dared to set up such a large array, they would definitely be punished by the heavens. Only powerful gods did not fear the heavens and dared to set up such a large array. So it's like this. Lin Ling continued to comprehend. After an unknown amount of time, he finally opened his eyes. In his mind, he was completely familiar with the borrowing life to seize good fortune array. What a profound array! Lin Ling stood up and left the prison cell. Outside, the hazy fog still scattered in all directions. A stone tablet floated beside him. It was the square prison. Beside it stood a young girl. She was naturally treasure god Nanwufingyu. The latter heard Lin Ling's words, and did not dare to be too far away from Lin Ling. She also did not believe anything that was happening around her. TSK, he was just standing there quietly. Chapter 4486. Lin Ling formed a complicated barrier with both hands, causing the surrounding fog to move. Then, two barriers appeared in Lin Ling's hands and he placed them on his eyes. By the time he opened his eyes, everything he could see had returned to normal, and he could no longer be fooled. Treasure God Grandpa, it's me Lin Ling. Lin Ling came before Nanwufingyu, and used the step of wisdom to let the latter see him clearly. Then, he formed a barrier and placed it on the latter's eyes. And the fog disappeared. I'm in the valley. After a while, Treasure God Nanwufingyu looked around and said in surprise. The fog didn't disappear. It's just that everything we see has returned to normal. Let's go find everyone. Lin Ling led Nanwufingyu and the rest forward. Along the way, Lin Ling and the rest encountered another ambusher. This guy finally showed up. He thinks he'll be fine if he hides. He doesn't know that it's useless even if he hides to the ends of the earth. He can't escape from this array. Idiot, this Lei Gong can't see us at all. Let's play him to death. Come and kill me, come and kill me. In the distance, several people from the 10 orthodoxies sneered. Some of them were even making funny faces at Lin Ling. I don't like him. I'll do it. A man turned into a gust of wind and flew over. His sword cut through the void like a gentle breeze. In his opinion, even if the sword couldn't kill Lin Ling, it could at least make Lin Ling miserable. As for Lin Ling killing him, that was obviously impossible. Lin Ling was still moving forward. Beside him was a girl. In fact, it was Nanwufingyu. They chatted as they walked, as if they didn't know that someone was ambushing them. There's a chance. The man's eyes lit up. He was inexplicably excited. Perhaps he could kill Lin Ling. Lei Gong would also die under his sword of breeze. Just thinking about it was an honor. His sword was hidden in the fog, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. However, just as it was about to pierce Lin Ling's neck, Lin Ling suddenly stretched out his palm and pinched it with his fingers. Clang! The sharp sword was caught between his fingers, unable to move an inch. What? The expression of the man who attacked changed drastically. Those people in the distance also frowned. Crack! At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly exerted force with his fingers. A crisp sound rang out, and the divine sword shattered. Damn it! The man cursed in his heart. He abandoned the broken sword and wanted to leave. However, he did not seem to be in a hurry, because in his opinion, Lin Ling would not be able to see him at all. Bang! However, just as he turned around, the man's chest was penetrated by a punch. He lowered his head to look at his chest, his face filled with disbelief. I didn't manage to escape. He could not help but turn his head to look, and discovered that the person who had punched out was Lei Gong Lin Ling. Plop! He slowly fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief. This was because he was the first god to die in the hands of Lin Ling, among the people who had attacked Lin Ling. Honorable Swordsman Qing Feng. The experts in the distance all roared, their eyes red. How did Lei Gong kill Honorable Swordsman Qing Feng? It's luck. It must be luck. Everyone was furious. They felt that Honorable Swordsman Qing Feng's death was not worth it. Let's go. They walked towards Lin Ling together. When they arrived in front of Lin Ling, they all put their hands on their hips and pointed at Lin Ling arrogantly, cursing. Trash, trash, come and kill me. I'm right in front of you. Come and kill me. They were clearly venting the anger in their hearts. Unfortunately, they did not see that Lin Ling and treasure god Nanwufengyu had already revealed smiles on their faces. Did they really think that Lin Ling could not see them? Lin Ling originally thought that it was troublesome, so he could not be bothered to kill them one by one. His priority was to find Yu and the rest, who knew that they would actually send themselves to him. If he did not kill them, he would be letting down the name Lei Gong. At this moment, one of the bolder ones walked in front of Lin Ling and looked down at Lin Ling. Kneel before me. His face was almost touching Lin Ling's face. However, he believed that Lin Ling could not see him. He could only see the endless fog. Shua. However, at this moment, a big hand grabbed him by the neck and fiercely kicked his knee. Bang! This person's head was hit hard, and then it exploded like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. This also stunned the surrounding people who were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. He's dead again and his head exploded? What a powerful strength. Even divine origin could not block his attack. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he seems to be able to see us. Is this still luck? Everyone was tongue-tied as they spoke, and then they kept shaking their heads. Luck, it must be luck. In the end, they all agreed. Because if Lin Ling could see them, why did he not attack before? But wait until they were close before attacking? Therefore, Lin Ling definitely could not see them. He just grabbed them randomly and happened to catch that person. No need to guess. I can see all of you. I can see all of you. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Look at your clothes. You must be from the 10 orthodoxies. No wonder you're all so stupid. Nanwufengyu smiled, and his smile was evil. Oh my god, they can see us. Run. Everyone was shocked and ran frantically, wishing that their parents could give them an extra pair of legs. They had been tricked. Lin Ling must have been faking it. Ironically, they had taken the initiative to send themselves to him. Die, all of you. Lin Ling's killing intent was ignited. He exploded with all his strength and killed one person in the blink of an eye. You must have had a good time playing with us. Now pay the price. Nanwufengyu had been suppressing his anger, and now he finally vented it. Boom, boom, boom. The two were powerful and unaffected by the array. Killing them was like killing chickens. Spare us. The people who were running in all directions finally experienced what Azura hell was like. After a while, the ground was covered in blood. Corpses were lying there, and all their treasures were taken away by Lin Ling and Nanwufengyu. Then, Lin Ling and Nanwufengyu sped up and rushed into the valley. Behind them was the giant pangolin. Kill! Just as they entered the valley, a white bone spear shot over. Bang! However, Lin Ling caught it with one hand. He then used the step of wisdom to temporarily block the surrounding fog. Then he smiled excitedly. Big brother, it's me. The one who made the move was Sakura. When he sensed that the surrounding fog had disappeared, he was shocked. Second brother, you're back. Then Sakura smiled excitedly. Since his second brother was back, there must be a way to solve this damned array. Where are the others? Chapter 4487. Let's go. We need to find them as soon as possible. Lin Ling nodded and strode forward. Now he hadn't gone head-to-head with borrowing life orthodoxy. He was going to beat them at their own game and pretend that he was still deceived by the formation. Then he would kill all of them here. That Lei Gong ran around aimlessly and returned to the valley. There's going to be a good show. They're going to kill each other. At this moment, on the peak, Luo Ming orthodoxy was staring at the formation. In his eyes, Lin Ling returned to the valley alone, but he was heavily injured. He even encountered a member of Lei Gong's Grand Hall and brutally killed him. That member of Lei Gong's Grand Hall was obviously Lei Gong's men. When Lei Gong found out that he had killed his own men, he must be in great pain. Wait patiently, then I'll send my men to ambush him. Luo Ming orthodoxy smiled sinisterly. Poor Lei Gong, to think that he would end up like this. I can only say that he's still too inexperienced. Remember, don't let him die. Beside him, Xian Wuba smiled as well. Lei Gong had annihilated his million-strong army. Now, he was going to return the favor and let Lei Gong know that offending the immortal spirit nation was the biggest mistake of his life. However, the two of them did not know that they had been deceived by the formation. Lin Ling was the one who had returned an eye for an eye. In their eyes, Lin Ling was killing the members of Lei Gong's Grand Hall. However, this was just an illusion that Lin Ling was feeding them with the power of the formation. On the other hand, Lin Ling gradually found Yu and the others. Brother Ling, you're back. I can see the valley. I can see everyone. That's great. Is everyone all right? As time passed, more and more people found their way back. Everyone gathered together and was very happy. At this time, the members of the 10 orthodoxies had also entered the valley one after another. However, they were all killed. What are you all doing? More and more people from the 10 orthodoxies entered the valley. Then, they saw the people in Lei Gong's great hall. This was because everyone in Lei Gong's hall was glaring at them furiously. What do you think? The young demon lord said coldly as an evil smile appeared on his face. You can see us? The deities who had entered the valley were all startled, as if they had seen a ghost. Do you see those heads? These are the people from the 10 orthodoxies. Young Master Yao pointed into the distance. There were already dozens of human heads piled up there. All of them died with their eyes wide open. Clearly, they did not expect that their whereabouts would be discovered before they died. Run! After those people reacted, they immediately turned around and ran. However, the entrance to the valley was blocked by a few figures. They were experts like Emperor Godjiang Gang. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The giant ghost licked its lips and said, It's over. Those from the 10 orthodoxies turned pale at this moment. Without a doubt, dozens of human heads were piled up in the valley. As time passed, no one else entered the valley. Lin Ling, what do we do next? Are we going to take revenge? Young Qilin looked at Lin Ling and said with a cold expression, because this formation made them kill each other, the method was too sinister. Therefore they had to take revenge. Don't worry, they will come to us themselves. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He ordered everyone to rest in the valley and wait for Xian Wuba and the others to arrive. However, that was the truth. The orthodoxies waited for a long time. Knowing that it was about time, they left the peak with Xian Wuba and flew towards the valley. In the eyes of the orthodoxies, most of the people in the valley were dead. Lin Ling was kneeling on the ground, crying bitterly as he looked at the human heads on the ground. At this moment, Lin Ling was at his weakest. If Lin Ling appeared now, it would be the easiest time for him to reveal the secret in his heart. Wait, I want to see his face filled with regret. Xian Wuba said casually, his face full of anticipation. The two of them landed at the entrance of the valley and walked in proudly. Lei Gong, do you know who you have offended? Now do you regret it? Before entering the valley, Xian Wuba spoke domineeringly. Look at the heads of your own subordinates. I wonder what you think. The orthodoxies of the orthodoxies had his hands behind his back. His mustache curled up slightly, making him look even more comical. However, when they entered the valley, they immediately realized that the people in Lei Gong's hall were all standing there. Not only were they unharmed, they were even smiling at their misfortune. They looked around again. On the ground, there were more than 100 human heads piled up. They were all from the orthodoxies of the orthodoxies. Look at the heads of your own subordinates. I wonder what you think. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated over. He returned all the words the orthodoxies of the orthodoxies of the orthodoxies. My subordinates, the orthodoxies of the orthodoxies of the orthodoxies plucked out their mustaches. They were afraid that they had seen wrongly. However, even after the beard was plucked, the result remained the same. The ground was still littered with human heads piled up like a tower. How is this possible? The orthodoxy roared. These subordinates were personally groomed by him. They were his most trusted subordinates, and he had spent countless resources on them. He wanted to bring them to the top of the 10 orthodoxies, but they died before he could do anything. Lei Gongyu, Then, he glared at Lin Ling with the help of the orthodoxy. This is called tit for tat. Lin Ling shrugged and smiled. Weren't you injured before? Didn't you kill the people from Lei Gong's hall? How come none of your men are dead? Xian Wuba also frowned, as if he couldn't believe the result before his eyes. Idiot, only you know how to deceive us. Do you think I don't know how to deceive you? What you saw before was just an illusion, one of the trapping arrays of the formation. Lin Ling smiled faintly. His voice sounded calm, but it caused the eyes of the orthodoxy to widen. He kept shaking his head. Impossible, how can you break my formation? This is fake, it's fake. Can't you see for yourself whether it's real or fake? Lin Ling retorted. Thud thud thud. The orthodoxy of the orthodoxy took 3 steps back, and his face turned pale instantly. Xian Wuba wasn't any better. He was also speechless for a long time. Although they didn't believe that Lin Ling could break their formation, the scene before their eyes proved everything. You, how did you break my formation? My formation is from the ancient times. How can a junior from the 9 states break my formation? The orthodoxy of the orthodoxy suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then pointed at Lin Ling. It was no wonder that he lost his composure. After all, this formation was his famous creation. Back then, he relied on this formation to rise to fame, and countless gods feared him. Chapter 4488. Pft. The Borrow Life orthodoxy spat out blood like fresh flowers blooming in the sky. 10 jugs of wine had broken an ancient immortal design. What a joke. Moreover, Lei Gong said that he had suffered a great loss. What a loss. Damn brat die. Xian Wuba's face was red and green as he pounced on Lin Ling. How dare you trick me? How dare you trick me? The Borrow Life orthodoxy's eyes were red as he pounced on Lin Ling. In the air, the two used powerful techniques. Although they did not have the steps of the gods, their talents were strong, and their power of divinity was above 100,000. Especially Xian Wuba, who transformed into a flood dragon. This was the sunflower water mystical flood dragon, and he was the king of flood dragons. Looking at the Borrow Life orthodoxy, his spirit design techniques were powerful. Around him, crisscrossing threads appeared, and within the threads were pearls that shone with boundless light. Each pearl was like a universe. They were very powerful. Rumble. The two joined forces to crush Lin Ling. Go to hell. Weren't you very proud of yourself? Weren't you playing with us? Do you still dare to come? Try playing with us again. Xian Wuba's voice rang out. His attacks were wild and domineering. So fierce. Why is this Lei Gong like a divine beast? His attacks are suicidal. Looking at the Borrow Life orthodoxy, he was in a sorry state. He was being beaten up by Lin Ling. But thinking about how Lin Ling had played with him, he was ready to go all out. Divine World Crystal Wall. He used an even stronger technique, and then roared. Lei Gong, this is the price for playing with us. Do you still dare to come? Do you regret it? Do you know fear? Rumble. Their attacks were so powerful that it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Treasure God Nan Wu Fingyu, and the others had already hidden far away, watching the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. Then they looked at Lin Ling beside them. Their mouths were wide open, and they were speechless. This was because Lin Ling was right next to them. On the other hand, Xian Wuba and Luo Ming's orthodoxy were fighting fiercely. More importantly, they were cursing each other as Lei Gong. Lin Ling, what's going on? The young demon lord pointed to the front. It's an array formation. Young demon lord, you're really stupid. My second brother is returning an eye for an eye. Think about it. This array formation made us unable to differentiate between us. So my second brother used the array formation to make them unable to differentiate between you and me, treating each other as my second brother. Sakura pondered for a moment, and suddenly laughed out loud. So that's how it is. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Young Master Yao was taken aback. He raised his thumb and laughed heartily. Everyone laughed. They were curious. When Xian Wuba and the others found out that the Lei Gong in their eyes was actually one of them, what kind of expression would they have? Bang bang bang. Boom. Boom. The battle was still going on. They were evenly matched. Why is this Lei Gong so difficult to deal with? We've been fighting for so long, and he's still not giving up. Xian Wuba was a little tired and had suffered heavy injuries. Looking at Luo Ming's orthodoxy, his foxy face was covered in blood. His teeth were all broken, and he spoke with a lisp. As expected of Lei Gong, so arrogant. But even if I have to risk my life, I'll kill him. Rumble. The two of them clashed again. Ah! A painful cry rang out. That Luo Ming's orthodoxy was sent flying. His dantian had completely collapsed, and he smashed into the ground, spitting out blood. Bang! A huge foot came at the same time, stomping him back to the ground. And the person who stomped on Luo Ming's orthodoxy was naturally Xian Wuba. You're arrogant. Show me how arrogant you are. After defeating Lei Gong, Xian Wuba was very excited. Of course, he did not expect this Lei Gong to be so strong that he had to use all his strength to defeat him. Then, he did not kill Lei Gong for the time being. Instead, he kept stomping on him, lifted Lei Gong, and gave him dozens of slaps. You just destroyed my million-strong army. Do you know who their boss is? Awesome. Smack. 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 After dozens of slaps, Xian Wuba was suddenly stunned. This was because the Lei Gong in his hand had turned into a fatty. He exclaimed, You, who the fuck are you? At this moment, Luo Ming's face was swollen. He slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Xian Wuba, he was stunned. I'm Luo Ming's orthodoxy. Nonsense. Luo Ming's orthodoxy's face is like a rat's, and your face is like a pig's head. You're not from Luo Ming's orthodoxy. Xian Wuba frowned, but in fact he was getting more and more uneasy, because from the way the person in his hand was dressed, he was undoubtedly from Luo Ming's orthodoxy. Lei Gong hit me. He grabbed my face and slapped me crazily. Wait, why did you grab me? Could it be? Luo Ming's orthodoxy explained, but halfway through he was stunned. Grabbing my face. It's Xian Wuba who's grabbing my face. Could it be that he was fighting with Xian Wuba? Similarly, Xian Wuba was also stunned. The two of them looked at each other, and finally confirmed what was happening. They had been fighting with their lives on the line, and it turned out that they were attacking their own people. Not bad at all. At this moment applause rang out. In the fog, Lin Ling led Lei Gong, and the people from Luo Ming's grand hall slowly. When they saw Lin Ling, Xian Wuba exploded with anger. They were vomiting blood, and their faces were swollen. When they looked at Lin Ling and the others, they were all in high spirits. They did not even lose a single hair, let alone being injured. You tricked us again. Luo Ming's orthodoxy pointed at Lin Ling, and vomited another mouthful of blood. This move of using someone else to do the dirty work was a huge blow to them. Impossible, Luo Ming's orthodoxy. Weren't you the one who set up this formation? Why did he control the formation and use an illusion to deceive us? Xian Wuba thought of the key question. This was because ordinary methods would not be able to make him lose himself in it. Only this Luo Ming's fortune-seizing formation could. However, this formation was set up by Luo Ming's orthodoxy. The person who set up the formation was controlled by the person who entered the formation. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Yes, Luo Ming's orthodoxy also reacted, and his pupils trembled. The Luo Ming's fortune-seizing formation is the most powerful part. Now I'm just seizing. I'm seizing the formation from your hands to control this formation. Lin Ling's hands moved slightly, and a series of complex formations appeared. One had to know that when he first entered the formation, he could not find any formations. However, after familiarizing himself with the Luo Ming's fortune-seizing formation, he could now use the formations for his own use. However, in order to completely control the formation, he had to seize it. This was also the reason why Lin Ling had been waiting for the arrival of the borrowed orthodoxy to take control of the formation from the person who set it up. In fact, when Luo Ming's orthodoxy had just entered the valley, Lin Ling had already begun to seize the formation. Chapter 4489. This was because he knew how to seize the formation. But to seize it from him, one would need to have a very powerful boundary Dao and be very familiar with the fortune-stealing formation. How is that not possible? The world you know doesn't represent the entire era. I can only say that you are too weak. Lin Ling snorted. In terms of world spirit techniques, he was naturally inferior to the life-borrowing sage system. However, Yong Luosheng was most definitely more powerful than the life-borrowing sage system. Thus, what qualifications did the life-borrowing sage system have to speak? The 10 orthodoxies were left behind in the divinity world, from the era of the gods. The celestial spirits' empire was not a great nation, and the divinity world was also left behind in the era of the gods. Although they weren't from the ancient era, they were still considered great gods. But you dared to provoke the Thunder God Palace. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with murderous intent. On the other hand, Immortal Wuba and Borrow Life were even angrier than before. If it had been at the beginning, they would not have been afraid of Lin Ling. However, they had already fought with their lives on the line for so long, and were all seriously injured. It was obviously impossible for them to fight in the Thunder God Hall again. Lei Gong, we'll meet again someday. Immortal Wuba gritted his teeth and turned into a flood dragon, rushing into the distance. Immortal Wuba, don't leave me behind. Borrow Life was out of luck. His dantian was shattered. He couldn't run even if he wanted to. After him. Seeing this, Treasure God Nanwufingyu and God Emperor Zhang Gang immediately rushed over. Lin Ling was still in control of the formation, and was slowly approaching Borrow Life. No, don't kill me. Luo Ming Orthodoxy kept crawling backward with a pale face. He never thought that he, an existence comparable to Black Deity and the others, would one day be controlled by a junior. I'm a god, you want to kill a god? Borrow Life panicked. I'm sorry, gods are nothing to me. They're like cabbages to me, because I've already killed gods before. Lin Lin said coldly. Who else do you have in the 10 orthodoxies? What's your goal? There are 10 of us in total. Our goal is the world will host. Everyone wants to become the host, so that we can become eternal and rule the universe. Borrow Life said. If you dare to kill me, the other orthodoxies won't let you go. You are all idiots. You think that by killing the world will host body, you can replace it and become immortal. But have you ever thought that the world will host body has appeared since the most ancient era? It has been destroyed time and time again, reincarnated time and time again. But have they ever died? So even if you take their body and soul, their bodies and souls, I'm afraid that at that time, you won't be you anymore. You'll still be the original host of the world's will. Lin Ling shook his head sarcastically. Also, don't think that the 10 orthodoxies are so powerful. If they want to kill our Thunder God Grand Hall, they can come at us. After saying that, Lin Ling's palm landed on the head of the Borrow Life orthodoxy, and a powerful soul force swept out. Borrow Life's host's face twisted. His body twitched as if his soul was being sucked out by Lin Ling. In the end, foam came out of his mouth, and he fainted on the ground. His soul was also shattered by Lin Ling and dissipated. However, the things hidden in his soul were refined by Lin Ling. This was especially true for spirit formation techniques. They were being absorbed by Lin Ling non-stop. Now Lin Ling's soul had reached 150,000 rank soul power. Then, Lin Ling took out the treasures from Borrow Life's host. However, he didn't see any rare treasures. Instead, he found quite a lot of materials for setting up barriers. Not bad. Lin Ling nodded. After absorbing the life-stealing legacy spirit formation technique, Lin Ling's spirit formation technique had improved by leaps and bounds. Adding on the materials he had obtained, Lin Ling was completely satisfied. This Xian Wuba can even split his body. Then, Lin Ling checked the formation, and found that Xian Wuba had already escaped. This person seemed to be familiar with the formation, and knew how to get out. Of course, the most important thing was that this person's flood dragon form could split, and split a part of it to fight Treasure God Nanwufingyu, leaving a small flood dragon to escape. This Xian Wuba is worthy of being a god from the era of gods. His methods are not weak. Lin Ling shook his head, feeling regretful that Xian Wuba had escaped. Not long after, Treasure God Nanwufingyu and the others also returned. When they saw Lin Ling, their faces were full of regret. He escaped. Lin Ling was the first to speak. Then he smiled and said, "It's fine." This time, he escaped like a gecko that lost its tail. After suffering such a great loss, He will definitely come looking for us soon. We only need to wait for him to come. That's for the best. That old man is already heavily injured. Letting him escape really pisses me off. I'm looking forward to his revenge next time. Treasure God Nanwufingyu and the others nodded. Is everyone alright? Let's rest here for a day or two. It's time for us to go back. Then Lin Ling said to everyone. Next, he walked towards the pangolin and used his soul to transmit the method of controlling the formation into the pangolin's mind. This way, the pangolin could easily control the formation and protect it and its child. After we leave, you have to take care of yourself. After doing this, Lin Ling returned to the group and sat down cross-legged. Thinking back, this trip was really full of twists and turns. He had thought that the trip to the Ear Ox Cave would be over quickly. Who knew that so many things would happen? Fortunately, Lin Ling had gained a lot. Not only had his cultivation level increased, but his talent had also greatly improved. He had even obtained the ancient divine ability of Panga's Strike. Moreover, the prison was also one of the treasures. At some point, it would be comparable to the Panga's Strike. The only difference was that the Panga's Strike's potential was stronger. Of course, Lin Ling had also seen stronger gods, especially by Shan and Burned Heart. Lin Ling had a feeling that it would not be long before these experts from the Chaos Realm would come looking for him. After a day, Lin Ling left the Ear Ox Cave with the Lei Gong Palace. After passing through the ancient canyon, they once again arrived at the broken divine realm. Everyone looked at the boundless divine realm and sighed with emotion. There were countless divine lands like the Ear Ox Cave in the broken divine realm. Let's go. Lin Ling retracted his gaze and left with everyone. After a long time, everyone finally returned to the void of Jiuzhou. Looking at the void of the universe of their homeland, everyone felt a sense of nostalgia. When they returned to the void where the Lei Gong Palace was located, a group of people immediately came from afar to welcome them. These people were the people who guarded the Lei Gong Palace. Experts from both sides gathered, and they were happy and harmonious. Lin Ling also asked people to distribute the treasures for everyone to cultivate. In the following days, everyone did not leave this void. Instead, they cultivated in seclusion. After returning from the Ear Ox Cave, they knew that they were weak. Compared to the void of Jiuzhou, they were the strongest existences. However, after the appearance of the world will host, they seemed so weak. Chapter 4490. However, Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased in the Ear Ox Cave, so it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation and divine fetus in a short period of time. Therefore, he was more focused on honing his state of mind. Spring went and autumn came. A year passed just like that. The void left behind by the thunder god became more and more lively. Gradually there were many countries, sects, schools, and other things. However, no matter what kind of sect or school it was, they all knew one person. And that was the thunder god Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling was the god of this void. Lin Ling obviously did not know about this. And even if he knew, he would not care. In the void, Lin Ling stood there quietly, wearing a blue and white robe. His clean face looked into the distance. Beside him were Yu Yu and Yuer, and a few other women. It's so quiet. I really hope it can be like this forever. Yu Yu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and said with a smile. Yes, ever since we left Qingzhou, we haven't had such a quiet moment in a long time. We are always fighting. And Yuer nodded. Unfortunately, this peace will not last long. Perhaps it won't be long before a storm comes. Yu Yu said worriedly. She obviously knew about the chaotic realm. She knew that experts from White Mountain and Heart-Burning Realm would definitely come to Lin Ling. It's okay. We'll deal with it when it comes. Anyway, it's not the first time we've encountered this kind of thing. At this time, Lin Ling withdrew his gaze and looked at his wives. Hearing this, Yu Yu and the others also smiled. By the way, how's Lin Yi's cultivation? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and asked casually. He has already created his own sect. He said he wants to surpass Lei Gong. Yu Yu was obviously happy when she mentioned Lin Yi. This boy. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a few figures coming from afar. They were treasure god Nanwufingyu. Emperor Zhanggang, Giant Ghost, and the others. Looking at Giant Ghost, Lin Ling remembered that he had promised Giant Ghost to bring him back to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Obviously, treasure god Nan Wufingyu and the others had come for this. Now the 7th world will host body has been destroyed. The records of the 8th world will host body are likely in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Although this world will host body doesn't have much to do with us, it's still better to prepare for a rainy day. Knowing it a step earlier is better than knowing it a step later. Nan Wufingyu, treasure god Nan Wufingyu, of mind. Therefore, instead of being passive, it was better to take the initiative. Lin Ling was not someone who would wait to be captured. Knowing that there would be a confrontation in the future, he would not muddle through and think he would be safe by hiding here. The map to the 8th floor of the 8 gods' heavenly palace is only known to the Taoist of myriad treasures. That old bastard promised me that he would tell me once he found the iron box. However, I reckon that was just a smokescreen. In reality, he had already snuck into the Jirox cave and found out about the iron box. However, the host body of the will of the world is not what he needs. Now he has disappeared again. Without him, it will be very difficult for us to enter the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling fell into deep thought. Everyone frowned when they heard this. What a cunning Taoist myriad treasures. He had obviously tricked them. Of course, compared to everyone's anger, Lin Ling was indifferent. He had obtained the Panga strike from the iron box. It was the most important treasure. Lin Ling was also thinking that Taoist myriad treasures had an ulterior motive for telling him to find the iron box. Could it be that he wanted Lin Ling to obtain the Panga strike? Everyone wait. Let me see if there is any other way. Lin Ling put away his thoughts and also thought of the prison. He then said to everyone, "Okay, we are not in a hurry. Now we have sent people into the void of the 9 continents to investigate. As long as they find Taoist myriad treasures, they will immediately inform us." The giant ghost nodded. After they left, Lin Ling opened the door of the prison and entered. A jade slip appeared in his hand. Lin Ling checked it. The 8 gods' heavenly palace was an extremely ancient existence. Perhaps the prisoners in this prison would know a thing or two. The 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace was probably not accessible in the current era. But it did not mean that it was not accessible in the era of the gods. The 8 gods' heavenly palace had existed since the ancient era. Perhaps some ancient great gods had entered it. He checked the jade slip again and again. However, the jade slip recorded that there were not many people who had entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Suddenly Lin Ling's eyes lit up. In one of the jade slips, he saw the descendant of the earthly sovereign. The earthly sovereign was one of the 3 sovereigns. He was equally famous as the human sovereign, heavenly sovereign, and earthly sovereign. The 3 sovereigns were great gods from the ancient era. They were Fuxi, Shennong, and Xian Yuan. The descendant of the earthly sovereign Xian Yuan. Lin Ling immediately walked towards the prison. However, to his surprise, the descendant of Xian Yuan was not strong. He was actually in one of the first prison cells. Not long after, Lin Ling stood in front of a prison cell, indifferently looking at the person inside. Inside the cell sat a woman in a long white dress. She looked delicate and pretty, and was also very quiet. She did not look like a vicious criminal at all. However, Lin Ling knew that this woman had committed a heinous crime because of love. She had broken the Xiantian Golden Age Great Hall and humiliated the ancient great gods. In the end, she was imprisoned in this prison forever. Xian Yuan Baoshu, do you know about the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Baoshu greets Lord. After seeing Lin Ling, the white-dressed woman hurriedly stood up and bowed, appearing like a young lady from a noble family. I'll ask you one more time. Do you know about the 8 gods' heavenly palace? If you know the map to the 8th level, I can fulfill one of your wishes. Moreover, don't tell me that you have never heard of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Your ancestor, the earthly sovereign Xian Yuan, was once friends with the 8 gods. As for the Tao, it's fine if you don't know. Lin Ling said majestically. Everyone in the prison knows of Lord's majesty. Baoshu does not dare to hide anything from Lord. Baoshu also knows that it cannot be hidden. Baoshu indeed knows. The woman was not as difficult to deal with as the other prisoners. She politely said, "Lord only needs to help me kill one person. Baoshu will tell you everything I know. This is Baoshu's wish." "Speak," Lin Ling asked expressionlessly. "Baoshu has a blood oath here. Lord will know who it is after checking it. Lord only needs to bring his head back. I'll have to trouble Lord." The woman bowed, but the moment she bowed, Lin Ling saw that her body was trembling, as if she was very excited. It could be seen that she had been waiting for this day for a very long time. "If I can kill him, I will not disappoint you." Lin Ling took the drop of blood and turned to leave. Chapter 4491. After leaving the prison, Lin Ling stood in the void, and the sphere of blood oath appeared in his hand. He knew that this was a blood oath formed by a warrior's strong will and determination after discovering the blood oath. Generally speaking, this was also a warrior's oath and wish. His soul power gushed out and covered the sphere of blood oath. Gradually, a large amount of information flowed into Lin Ling's mind. Sima Ruochen. This was the person that Xianyuan Baoshu wanted to kill. This person and Xianyuan Baoshu were lovers. For Sima Ruochen, Xianyuan Baoshu stole the scabbard of the Xianyuan family and spent a lot of treasures to improve Sima Ruochen's strength. However, after Sima Ruochen became stronger, he abandoned Xianyuan Baoshu and fled. Xianyuan Baoshu was hunted down by the Xianyuan family and abandoned. He lost his mind at that time, so he committed a heresy and was locked in prison forever. There are many people who can't see through love. No wonder Xianyuan Baoshu wants to kill Sima Ruochen. The opposite of love is hatred. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, when Xianyuan Baoshu handed him the sphere of blood oath, Lin Ling had guessed it because Xianyuan Baoshu's expression was no different from that of an abandoned woman. "I didn't expect that although Xianyuan Baoshu was locked in prison, she still found news about Sima Ruochen. I really don't know how she did it. This Sima Ruochen is a figure of the same generation as Xianyuan Baoshu, so he must be very strong." However, the sphere of blood oath also said that when Xianyuan Baoshu was captured by the Xianyuan family, Sima Ruochen was also crippled. In addition, Xianyuan Baoshu also left behind a method to kill him. Therefore, it shouldn't be difficult to kill him. However, this Sima Ruochen actually escaped the twilight of the gods and survived. He is now in the broken divine land, which is on the other side of the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling put away the sphere of blood oath, then told Yu and the others to leave the void. Lin Ling was not worried about this trip. This was because the Xianyuan treasure book had left the method to kill Sima Ruochen. In addition, Sima Ruochen had been crippled back then. Even if he were to recultivate now, his strength would not be too strong. As for the other side of the Kaiyuan River, this was Lin Ling's first time going there. He had only been to the Dragon Valley the last time. He didn't expect that there would be such an ancient existence on the other side of the void of the 9 prefectures. Broken domain divine soil. This should be one of the shattered god realms. Soon Lin Ling arrived at the final world. He scanned the final world with his powerful soul force, but he didn't discover any changes. In the entire void of the 9 prefectures, perhaps most people still think that the 4 great deities are the strongest. They don't know that there are even stronger experts above the 4 great deities. Perhaps only a small number of people know about this. Lin Ling knew very well that although the void of the 9 prefectures seemed calm, it would not be long before a great storm would break out in the 9 prefectures. Because the experts of the Chaos Realm would definitely come. And it was even very likely that they would come straight for Lin Ling. E-City. Suddenly, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He saw an acquaintance in E-City. It was the daughter of the governor of E-City. The governor of E-City was from the Spirit Kingdom. Now that many people knew about it, the daughter of the governor of E-City had lost her backer and was no longer as carefree as before. Instead, she was now in trouble. Sigh. Lin Ling sighed softly. The daughter of the governor of E-City, Yixian Nu, had expressed her feelings for Lin Ling. However, at that time, Lin Ling was not in the mood for love, so he politely rejected her. However, Lin Ling was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see Yixian Nu sad, so he casually said that when he Lin Ling could rule the entire era, he would definitely come and marry Yixian Nu, who knew that Yixian Nu actually believed him and had been waiting for Lin Ling. And this kind of waiting would be endless. One had to know that Lin Ling had come into contact with countless women in his life, such as Lu Susu, Qin Xiaolan, and so on. Some of them had followed Lin Ling, while others were still waiting for Lin Ling. However, after waiting for so long, there was still no result. Although Lin Ling had repeatedly asked them to give up, he had underestimated the power of love. Not only did they not give up, but they still believed that there would be a day when Lin Ling would come and marry them. If I had not come to this world, I would be an ordinary person in Wuxia, married and had children. Perhaps I would have been reincarnated by now. However, after I came to this world, I witnessed the wonders of the esoteric universe and the limits of the human body. I have a colorful life, and the trajectory of my life is completely different. Lin Ling shook his head and walked toward Yi City. Sometimes when he recalled everything, it felt like a dream. However, he also felt that it was destined. It was as if there was a big hand pushing him forward, pushing him to the peak of the world. Therefore, he was very sure that in the ancient chaos realm, there must be an ancient god watching him. While Lin Ling was heading toward Yi City, at this moment, in the distant horizon, an old man sat cross-legged in the starry universe. He was like a stone statue, motionless. Clouds rolled around him like the rolling wheel of history. Master, the seventh world host body was destroyed, and its whereabouts are unknown. Of the remaining two, one is in the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, and the last one is still missing. There are now countless experts in the 9 states void and the broken god world. There are 4 gods in the 9 states void: Dragon Valley, Immortal Spirit Nation, 10 Orthodoxies, and U Continent's divine ruler. Moreover, the seal of Ox Cave has been broken. The 72 cave masters will return to the broken god world and enter the 9 states void. This list contains the names of the gods we've investigated. None of them are weak. For example, Immortal Wuba was once a member of the tyrannical Divine Gate during the Age of the Gods. He escaped the twilight of the gods and hid in the void of the 9 continents. A jade slip suddenly floated over. The old man opened his eyes and slowly read it. The 4 gods of the 9 states void: Kirishin, Titanic Crescent God Eugene, and Legong. The old man's gaze first fell on the 4 gods, then locked onto a name. This Legong is Lin Ling? Master, the current thunder god is Lin Lin. This person is very powerful, and his growth speed is very fast. He has completely stepped into the strength of a deity from the strength of a deity. Under the divine mountain, he has personally killed several deities. The voice tore through the clouds, revealing a myriad of light rays rolling in the sea of clouds. Heaven, this is fate. The old man muttered to himself. No matter what, we must bring back Lin Ling. This child has extraordinary potential and has grown into a towering tree. If we don't control him, our plans will be disrupted. Yes, master. Moreover, this Lin Ling has a great reputation in the spirit nation. He is the #1 enemy. As the light shone, the voice floated again. Chapter 4492. Lin Ling, is this the person that those old guys value? I want to see who he is. The old man squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. It was as if he wanted to see through the heavens and comprehend the karma Tao of the void. However, on Lin Ling's body, there was a layer of fog that blocked his probing, making him unable to see anything. This made him realize that there was a powerful being protecting Lin Ling, preventing others from probing. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know about this. He had already arrived at Yi City. Get lost, Demoness. On one of the streets of Yi City, a large number of martial artists were angrily looking at a woman. That woman was Xianyi Fairy. Xianyi Fairy clearly knew what had happened. Although she did not know why her father had become a member of Spirit Nation, she firmly believed that her father must have his reasons for doing so. Acting so pitiful. How despicable. She must be a spy left behind by Spirit Nation. That's right. No wonder more than 10 martial artists died outside the city 3 days ago. In my opinion, she must be the one who killed them. Kill her. The surrounding martial artists were initially furious. However, As their emotions rose, they revealed their killing intent. In fact, the will of the world had left a very bad impression on them. However, in the face of everyone's killing intent, Xiany Fairy remained calm and walked forward slowly. She clearly knew that City could no longer contain her. Of course, she also knew that the final world, and even the void of the 9 states, could not contain her. Where should she go from here? Catch her. Suddenly someone made a move. A terrifying boundary essence turned into a palm and grabbed at Xiany Fairy. Before the attack even reached her, the powerful aura caused Xiany Fairy's face to turn pale. However, she stubbornly bit her lips and did not say a word. Although she had nothing to do with Spirit Nation, and did not even know where Spirit Nation was, she did not want to explain too much. This was because any explanation would be useless. Bang! However, just as the huge palm was about to grab Xiany Fairy, a palm suddenly appeared in the void. With a gentle wave, the boundary essence that was attacking Xiany Fairy dissipated. Pa! In midair, an arm was suddenly grabbed by a palm, causing the expression of the person who grabbed it to change. Back then, when the City Lord of City was here, all of you flattered him. Now that he has left, all of you turned your backs on him. Isn't this too shameless? The one who appeared in front of Xiany Fairy was a man in a white robe. He looked very refined, and had an extraordinary temperament. Lan Yin. Everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at the white-robed man. This person was a teacher of Garden Academy. He was powerful and highly respected. He was even a divine paladin. As the saying goes, one should bear the consequences of one's actions. The City Master of City may be a member of the Spirit Nation, but that doesn't mean that Xiannu will be one too. How are you all different from the will of the world, if you are so overbearing? The white-robed man reprimanded everyone. No one dared to speak. Lan Yun's prestige in City was too great. Furthermore, he was strong. Lan Yun looked at Xiany Xiao and said, Xiany Xiao, I'm here and nobody can bully you. Now that your father is gone, why don't you come and live with me? He obviously liked Xiany Fairy a long time ago. In the past, Xiany Fairy's status was precious. He could only look at her from afar, and could not profane her. Now that Xiany Fairy had fallen, this was his chance. Moreover, he believed that after the City Master of City left, Xiany Fairy would be isolated and helpless. She would definitely agree to his request. Lan Yun, thank you. However, I still plan to leave City. However, Xiany Fairy looked at Lan Yun and shook her head in rejection. Lan Yun's eyes flashed. He did not expect Xiany Fairy to reject him at this time. He suddenly said, Where can a woman like you go? Without anyone to protect you, you might die as soon as you walk out of City. Why don't I protect you? I, Lan Yin, will protect you for the rest of my life. There's no need. Actually, I know your heart. However, I have never told you that I rejected you not because you're not outstanding enough. It's because I already have someone I like. Xiany Fairy looked at Lan Yin apologetically and said, Dang dang dang. Such a blow undoubtedly caused Lan Yin to take a few steps back. This was because he did not know that Xiany Fairy had someone she liked. This time he had lost his mind. Who is it? Who is worthy of you? Now that you're being bullied by a passerby, where is that person? He should be hiding. He doesn't dare to get too close to you. He's afraid of being implicated by you. That person is a coward, a piece of trash, a piece of trash. Lan Yin roared and said, Xiany Fairy, I'm different. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side and protect you forever. Trust me. He doesn't know about me. Otherwise, he would definitely come and help me. He's not as bad as you say. I just don't want to trouble him. Xiany Fairy smiled and shook her head. She continued to reject Lan Yin. Lan Yun's eyes turned red when he saw his sweetheart rejecting him again and again. He almost lost his mind and forcefully took Xiany Fairy away. He wanted to show Xiany Fairy, who truly loved her. However, he still had a bit of rationality left and held himself back. Xiany Fairy, you will understand sooner or later. Now that your father has left, if the person you love is a hero, he should not be afraid of difficulties and help you. He shouldn't be hiding. I look down on him. He's a piece of trash. However, I also understand that it's hard for me to change your mind. Only time will tell. understand everything. Lan Yin said word by word. Is that so? However, before Xianyi Fairy could speak, a cold voice suddenly came from the street. Then, the crowd parted and countless experts strode over. What if I want to catch her? Do you dare to protect her with your life? The man in the lead had an extraordinary aura. He was tall and burly and his voice was like thunder. Governor. Looking at the man, everyone quietly took a step back. The previous governor of E-City had left. Therefore E-City had a new governor. The man in front of them was the governor. Although his strength was not as strong as the governor of E-City, he was still one of the top in the final world main city. Governor Chinyi Nan. Lan Yin stared at the governor with an ugly expression. I said that I want to catch Xianyi Fairy. Will you protect her with your life? The governor and the experts stopped in their tracks. He looked at Lan Yin and said, I can tell you that because of her father, the Lord God is paying attention to her. The Titanic Crescent God has ordered us to take her away. Therefore, do you dare to stop us? Lan Yin, let me remind you that you are the teacher of E-Garden and a paladin of the God. Your future is limitless. If you dare to disobey the orders of the Lord God, your future will be ruined. You better think carefully. When the voice faded away, the entire street fell silent. Chapter 4493. Since it's an order from a deity, there must be something important for Xian Xiao. I think she should go back with you. Lan Yin pondered for a moment before speaking. He was not afraid of the martial artists of E-City, but he was wary of the governor and the deity. Between a deity and Xianyi Xiao, he had chosen the former. Moreover, if he offended a deity, his future would be ruined. Xianyi, I'm sorry. After saying this, Lan Yin looked at Yi Zuanve apologetically and said, Why are you apologizing? This has nothing to do with you. However, Xianyi Xiao's reaction was calm. In her heart, Lan Yin was just an ordinary friend. If he did not help her, it would not matter at all. This, for some reason, Xianyi Xiao's behavior made Lan Yin very uncomfortable. It was as if she was looking at a passerby. Lan Yin knew that Xianyi Xiao didn't like him at all. She didn't like him at all. Take her away. At this time, the governor waved his hand. Immediately, an expert walked towards Xianyi Xiao to take her away. However, before this person could take her away, a figure walked out from the crowd. Her father is from the spirit nation. That's right. But I believe that this has nothing to do with her. The person who walked out was Lin Ling. He had just arrived when he saw this scene. Nothing to do with her. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with their mouths agape. This person was very bold. Now that the Titanic Crescent God had spoken, he dared to say that it had nothing to do with him. Did he think that he was a deity? It's you. Out of everyone, only Xianyi Xiao recognized Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had not appeared in the final world for a long time after Lei Gong's death. Other than the top experts, no ordinary person would recognize Lin Ling. Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? The governor stared at Lin Ling and suddenly laughed sarcastically. The other experts, including Lan Yin, and the martial artists on the street laughed. They all thought that Lin Ling had lost his mind. Why are you here? Yi Xianyu, on the other hand, ignored the laughter and looked at Lin Ling excitedly. I just passed by here. Lin Ling smiled and then said, I'll take you away from here. There's a very safe and quiet place suitable for you to stay there and wait for your father to come back. Thank you. Hearing this, Xianyi Envy did not hesitate. She did not reject Lin Ling's help, because she knew that with Lin Ling's strength, she wouldn't be able to trouble Lin Ling at all. However, Lin Ling's words silenced the entire street. Then more laughter could be heard. Is this brat crazy? Now that the deities have spoken, he still dares to boast that there is a safe place. Hee hee. Is there any place in the 9 continents that is not under the control of the deities? Look at how easy it is for him to say that. He's simply bragging without thinking. As far as I'm concerned, he can't even protect himself. Voices rang out one after another. However, Lan Yin did not laugh. Instead, his face turned ugly because Xianyi Nu had agreed. She had agreed. This meant that this man was the one that Xianyi Nu liked. After all, Xianyi Nu had rejected his offer to help. He couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling. He realized that Lin Ling was very ordinary. Other than being a little handsome, there was nothing special about him. He laughed and said, "Brat, do you know what you're saying? How dare you protect Xianyi Nu? Do you know who wants to capture Xianyi Nu? That's a deity. Can you afford to offend him? Also, which academy are you from? I'm a teacher at the E-Garden. I might know your dean." The voice interrupted Lin Ling and Xianyi Nu's conversation. Lin Ling looked at him calmly and said, "A teacher at the academy? No wonder you're so weak. However, I'm not interested in knowing what kind of cat or dog you are. I only know that if I want to take someone away, I'm afraid that even your deities won't dare to say anything. Also, there are 4 deities in the 9 prefectures void. It's not just the Titanic Crescent God." After saying that, he didn't want to waste any more time. He felt that he had wasted a lot of saliva. "Come, I'll take you away." Lin Ling took Xianyi Nu's hand and led her away from the street. This brat is really arrogant. Does he think that we don't exist? No one had ever seen such an arrogant person. You want to leave? Dream on. The city lord waved his hand and said coldly, "Let me tell you, the deities have given orders. No one can defy them." With a wave of his hand, a large number of experts pounced on Lin Ling with sneers on their faces. They wanted to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. As for Lin Ling's background, they were not afraid at all. They were here under orders. In the 9 prefectures void, no one dared to offend a deity. As for Lan Yin, he had a mocking look on his face. He wanted to show Xianyi Nu how unbearable the man she loved was. He had already decided that after Lin Ling was beaten up badly, he would show Xianyi Nu how unbearable the man she loved was. Bang! However, before they could get close to Lin Ling, a powerful divine aura surged out. Before they could get close to Lin Ling, all of them were sent flying. They crashed onto the ground and spat out blood. Silence. City was silent. Without making a move, he had sent so many experts flying with just his aura. How powerful was this person? The city lord's eyes narrowed, and he pounced on Suke. Bang! However, the result was the same. He was sent flying by the aura, and spat out blood as he crashed onto the ground. Wah! This time, everyone was terrified. That was because they knew very well how powerful the city lord was. Lan Yun's mouth was wide open. From this angle, he knew how powerful Lin Ling was. "Kid, you are courting death. How dare you touch us? You will regret it." On the ground, the city lord roared. However, he did not dare to make a move because he knew that Suke was much stronger than him. Therefore, a jade tablet appeared in his hand, and he transmitted his voice to the other party. Because he was ordered to capture Xianyi Nu, he had a jade token that could send a message directly to the Titanic Crescent God. Now he wanted to ask the Titanic Crescent God for help. "My lord, someone has taken Xianyi Nu away. It seems to be someone from the Spirit Nation." He added fuel to the fire. After he sent the message, the Titanic Crescent God's side was shaken. Someone from the Spirit Nation? Xianyi Nu's father was from the Spirit Nation. Now that he had sent someone to take his daughter away, it was possible. Therefore, the experts from the Titanic Crescent God's side arrived. When the Titanic Crescent God received the news, he decided to come personally. This was because the previous city lord of E-City held a high position in the Spirit Nation. Therefore, if someone from the Spirit Nation came to the 9 continents void, they would not be weak. "Kid, don't run if you dare. The people from the Spirit Nation are here." After receiving a reply, the city lord shouted proudly. Chapter 4494. Previously, when Lan Yun saw how strong Lin Ling was, he felt inferior. He did not expect the man that Xianyi Fairy liked to be so strong. He was no match for Lin Ling. Previously, he said that the man that Xianyi Fairy liked was a coward, trash, and trash. But now, it seemed that he was more like a coward, trash, and trash. Because at least the person who came dared to take Xianyi Fairy away. But he did not. Fortunately, all of this was just a flash in the pan. The god is here. At this moment, E-City was in an uproar because the god had come personally. This was something that had not happened in E-City for thousands of years. Who attracted the gods here? I heard that it's a kid from the Spirit Nation. He's dead meat. Tisk tsk, Xianyi Fairy's father is from the Spirit Nation. How dare he take her away? He's committing a heinous crime. Yeah, who dares to be so arrogant in the Jojo void? Voices rang out in the streets and alleys. Everyone was looking forward to it. Governor Chun, where is the person from the spirit nation? At this moment, a voice rang out in the sky. Then a large number of people in armor appeared in the sky. They looked majestic. The person in the lead was holding a prayer bead in his hand. He looked sacred and majestic. Sir, you are? The city lord said with some trepidation. I'm one of the 8 new gods, San Ling. The person said indifferently. Beside him was a woman. She looked beautiful, but she had a powerful, majestic aura. This is an expert from Eugene. Her name is Luotian. The expert named 3 spirits also introduced. 8 new gods. The governor was shocked. Lan Yun was shocked. The entire city was shocked. Don't worry, because of Xianyi Fairy's father, Lord Titanic Crescent God is here. San Ling added, as if he was afraid that the governor was not confident enough. Good, good, good. The governor shouted excitedly. He then pointed to the front and said, they left along this street. Sir, go and catch them. This person is very arrogant. He ignored E-City and took Xianyi Fairy away. He's trying to show us who's boss. What an arrogant guy. I'd like to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Hearing this, the corners of San Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. Ever since he had returned from the Ji-Er Ox Cave, his power had greatly increased. Therefore, he wanted to witness the power of the Spirit Kingdom's cultivators. Luotian, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he led Luotian forward. Behind him was a large group of deities. Let's go and take a look. The city lord and the others got up from the ground and followed. Yixian knew. Let's see how the man you like will fight against a god. Lan Yun smiled sinisterly. Because of jealousy, his temperament had become somewhat twisted. He followed the city lord and rushed forward. But not long after, he realized that something was wrong. This was because all the overbearing gods had stopped in their tracks. They stared at the man and woman walking side by side on the street, and they were actually stunned on the spot. He did not make a move. There was no killing. He didn't even say a word. What kind of situation was this? Lin Ling this. On the street, Xianyi Fairy stopped and looked at Lin Ling worriedly. Although she knew that Lin Ling was one of the 4 great gods, it didn't mean that the Titanic Crescent God would give face to Lin Ling. If she remembered correctly, when the previous Lei Gong was forced to his death, Lin Ling was also present. However, there was nothing he could do. Now that she heard that the Titanic Crescent God was coming, she was afraid that she would bring trouble to Lin Ling. It's fine. Lin Ling smiled at her, then looked at the experts of the Titanic Crescent God Legion and said, what's wrong? Do you dare to capture me? Fuck. After a moment of silence, the 3 deities suddenly roared. Oh my god, who would dare to capture you? Following that, Luotian also roared. They had been with Lin Ling in the Ji-Er Ox Cave, so they knew how strong Lin Ling was. Even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to capture Lin Ling. However, didn't Lin Ling live in another void with Lei Gong? Why was he here all of a sudden? Who dares to take my people away? At this time, a domineering voice came from the sky. More gods arrived, led by a burly giant wearing armor. Who else could it be but the Titanic Crescent God? His appearance increased the pressure on the city. Sir, something's wrong, something's wrong. The 3 deities waved their hands at the sky, telling the Titanic Crescent God not to speak nonsense. He remembered that even the Titanic Crescent God was afraid of Lin Ling back at the foot of the godly mountain, especially the old locust tree. At that time, Lin Ling saved all of them, including Black God. 3 deities, what are you doing? I told you to capture someone. Why are you waving your hands at me? The Titanic Crescent God finally stopped and looked at the 3 deities with a dignified expression. It seemed like he was angry. However, when he looked at Lin Ling, his body trembled. Yes, it's you? You're the one who took away the daughter of the city lord of E-City? The Titanic Crescent God was dumbfounded. Lin Ling had been living in seclusion in the Great Hall of Lei Gong for many years, so he did not expect Lin Ling to suddenly appear here. What, you dared to capture me too? Do you want to die? On the ground, the corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up as he spoke in a cold voice. With his current strength, he was not afraid of the Titanic Crescent God. If he did not know that Lei Gong was still alive, he would have already killed the Titanic Crescent God. Even so, Lin Ling did not give the Titanic Crescent God any face. What? That kid dares to threaten a god? Oh my god. On the street, the city lord and the others all had their mouths wide open. This scene had exceeded their imaginations in their entire lives. This was because no one in the entire void dared to speak to the Titanic Crescent God in such a manner. The other three gods did not dare to do so either. They were dead for sure. That was what they all thought. That guy even dares to scold a god. Lan Yun's face was pale. He was afraid that he would be implicated and face the wrath of the Titanic Crescent God. I wouldn't dare. However, the Titanic Crescent God in the sky did not dare to be angry. Instead, he smiled and walked down. That look undoubtedly gave everyone a fright. However, the Titanic Crescent God's next sentence caused everyone to fall to the ground. I saw that you were about to leave the city, so I came to protect you, the Titanic Crescent God said with a smile. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the city fell to the ground. A god was actually here to protect a god. Was he here to be a guard? Or a servant? Even if the other three gods were here, they would not receive such treatment. I thought you were here to cause trouble, but since you're here to protect me, that's great. If there's nothing else, get lost. Don't forget that I saved your life. Lin Ling said coldly. Yes. Of course, I will remember this kindness. The Titanic Crescent God replied with a smile. Even if I wanted to cause trouble, I wouldn't dare to cause trouble for you, Lei Gong. As soon as these words were said, the entire city exploded. Chapter 4495. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as their bodies trembled in fear. Although Lei Gong's Great Hall rarely appeared in the final world, it did not mean that Lei Gong's Great Hall had disappeared from the 9 continents. On the contrary, its prestige was still there. The Castellan also recalled Lin Ling's words that the Titanic Crescent God did not rule over the 9 continents. In the beginning, he thought that Lin Ling was just bluffing. However, he now believed that Lin Ling was qualified to say such words. This was because Lei Gong was one of the 4 great gods of the 9 continents. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling left with Xianyi Fairy. No one dared to stop him. Even the Titanic Crescent God personally escorted them to repay Lin Ling for saving his life on the Divine Mountain. The man that Xianyi Fairy likes is actually Lei Gong, the youngest of the 4 great gods. Lan Yun sat down with a thump as he watched her leave. Only now did he know that he wasn't good enough for her. And he also knew why she didn't like him. One was a teacher from the academy. The other was a god from the 9 continents. How could they even compare? At this moment, his inferiority complex grew even stronger. Lin Ling this. Xianyi Fairy followed Lin Ling out of Yi City. However, she was still shocked when she saw the countless gods and the Titanic Crescent God behind them. Although she knew that Lin Ling was one of the 4 great gods, she did not expect the Titanic Crescent God to be so polite to Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was only one of the 4 great gods. His status was not much higher than the Titanic Crescent gods. Alright, you can all go back now. At this time, Lin Ling looked at the Titanic Crescent gods and said, Lei Gong. Meanwhile, Titanic Crescent God waved his hand to dismiss them. He walked over and said, Back when we went to the Xerox cave, we, the Eugene and the Kirishin, knew that the gods in the void of the 9 continents were much stronger than we imagined. There was the Ox Demon Chief, the Immortal Spirit Overlord country, and so on. It's just the Spirit Nation. But it seems that the waters are deeper than we thought. Having said that, Titanic Crescent God shook his head. Clearly, the trip to the Xerox cave was a huge blow to them. Lin Ling nodded his head. The Titanic Crescent God must have known about the primal chaos realm. That's why I want the 4 of us to be more united. We should cast aside our personal grudges and unite against the common enemy. What do you think? Titanic Crescent God lifted his head and looked at Lin Ling with sincerity. Even though you hate me and Eugene for old brother Lei Gong's death, from the bottom of my heart, I have no personal grudges against old brother Lei Gong. On the contrary, I respect him and consider him my big brother. It's just that we have different standpoints. Our goal is the will of the world, that's all. Lin Ling looked at the Titanic Crescent god. He agreed with this statement. The 4 gods of the 9 continents only had one mission, and that was to fight against the will of the world. For this mission, they were willing to put righteousness before family. I'll say it again. If the will of the world is destroyed in the future and you, Lin Ling, want to take revenge, I won't resist. Right now, I just want the 4 of us to be united against the common enemy. I've also discussed this with old brother Kirishin. You're the leader of the 4 gods. What do you think? With that, Titanic Crescent god looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. When he thought of the incoming experts from the chaotic realm, he nodded and said, "There are too many enemies. If the 4 of us do not unite, we will be defeated one by one sooner or later." I agree. That's good. Titanic Crescent god was ecstatic. This was because the Temple of Lei Gong had countless experts. There was Nan Wufingyu, Emperor Zhan Steel Qilin, and even Saint Unity. With Lin Ling's strength, they wouldn't have to fear any enemy if they worked together. Moreover, Lin Ling was the leader of the 4 gods. Lin Ling had absolute power and qualifications. It could be said that after Lei Gong's death, the Temple of Lei Gong didn't decline. In fact, it was even stronger than before. This was Lin Ling's ability. Then I'll tell Eugene and the Kirishin about this. All right, Eugene wants me to thank you, Titanic Crescent god said with an excited expression. It's no big deal, it's nothing much. Lin Ling knew that Yushin was talking about the southern sacrificial ceremony at the foot of the celestial mountain. After Titanic Crescent god left, he suddenly said, "Actually, the thunder god is not dead." Boom! Titanic Crescent god turned around and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. I saw old brother Lei Gong at the Divine Mountain, but I wasn't sure at the time. So he really isn't dead. With that, he stomped away with heavy steps with a complicated expression. No one knew if he was happy or regretful. However, Lin Ling still saw the tears in Titanic Crescent god's eyes when he turned around. Even though Titanic Crescent god forced Lei Gong to his death, he and Lei Gong were both gods from the era of gods. After so many years, they had accumulated a lot of feelings for each other. Titanic Crescent god appeared to be fine with Lei Gong's death, but in reality, he was not feeling good about it. However, all of this was for the sake of the world's will. Let's go. Lin Ling shook his head and left with Empyrean Maiden. Empyrean Maiden was shocked after witnessing this scene. She finally understood Lin Ling's position among the 4 gods. This also made her feel incredulous. One had to know that when she first met Lin Ling, her father was still the city lord of Yi City, and Lin Ling was only a student of the academy's Shunsan Hall. After so many years, Lin Ling was already unparalleled in the 9 states and dominated the void. I'll take you to Qing province. That is my disciple's trump card, and also my Lin Ling's territory. Normal people don't dare to cause trouble there. Lin Ling turned to look at Empyrean Maiden and said, "If I have the chance to meet your father, I will tell him about you." Lin Ling, have you met him before? Empyrean Maiden immediately asked. I've met him a few times. Overall, he's doing well. Even though I don't know why he's from Spirit Nation, it doesn't stop me from being friends with him. Lin Ling nodded. After a long while, the 2 of them arrived at Qing province. Lin Ling informed the 3rd princess and asked her to take care of Empyrean Maiden before he left. Lin Ling, I'll wait for you, Empyrean Maiden said quietly as she looked at the departing figure. In the void, Lin Ling strolled forward. He didn't seem to be walking fast, but he disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. His goal was to reach the other side of the Yuan River. During the long journey, Lin Ling also took out treasures to cultivate. Now that he had so many treasures, he didn't lack cultivation resources. However, he lacked the foundation for a breakthrough. Chapter 4496. Whoosh! The surging river water tumbled in the void. Occasionally, a water dragon would soar into the sky. It was vast and majestic, as if there were countless ancient divine beasts trapped in the river. Before one could even get close, the deafening sound of resonance could make one's blood boil with excitement. The 7 Great Forbidden Lands. Lin Ling took a step and appeared beside the river. He knew very well that there was actually a world under the churning river. Originally, Lin Ling also wanted to pass through the bottom of the river. However, as he stared at the Milky Way that separated the two voids, he suddenly had an impulse to leap over the river. If it was in the past, he would definitely not have such strength. Now he had to give it a try. As soon as he thought of it, Lin Ling shot forward. Rumble. As he neared the Kaiyuan River, the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. It made Lin Ling's body tremble. When he rushed over the Kaiyuan River, he immediately felt a terrifying gravity attack him, pulling him towards the river. Looking down at the river, the churning whirlpools were roaring. They were like giant beasts with their mouths wide open. First section. Lin Ling shouted and raised his strength. Whoosh! He glided across the river. His speed was so fast that it caused the river water to explode. The river water that was originally filled with whirlpools was now pulled into a long channel. Rumble. However, when Lin Ling rushed further away, water snakes shot up from under the river. Countless eyes were hidden in the river water, staring at Lin Ling covetously. He did not know what kind of ferocious beasts they were. However, there were many of them, and they looked very powerful. Those water snakes were as huge as mountains, constantly churning by the river. Still a little weak, Lin Ling's gaze swept across the distance. He realized that the heavenly river was vast and boundless, as if there was no end. However, this also aroused his fighting spirit. Bang! Lin Ling punched out, and water splashed everywhere. The huge water snake in front of him was blown apart by Lin Ling. Meanwhile, Lin Ling weaved through the rain of water. Rumble! However, the river water began to bulge, and then more water snakes rushed out. Looking around, it was colorful and dazzling, as if they had entered a forest of water snakes. These water snakes crisscrossed with each other and continuously attacked Lin Ling. Not only were they powerful, but they were also incomparably fast. No wonder the Kaiyuan River is so difficult to cross. It seems like it's really not that simple. With these water snakes, I'm afraid that even ordinary gods would fall here, let alone gods. Lin Ling smiled. His body did not move, but the second stage of the innate talent fusion was activated. Among them, the realm-swallowing beast and the evil ghost jellyfish had reached the level of a medium god. This greatly increased Lin Ling's power. Whoosh! Lin Ling weaved through the water snakes at an incomparably fast speed. Looking from afar, his movements were like moving clouds and flowing water, pleasing to the eye. Rumble! Countless water snakes weaved in and out, but they couldn't touch a single hair on Lin Ling's body. On the other hand, Lin Ling stepped on the water snakes that had just passed by him and shot into the distance like a meteor. Time passed quietly. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had already left the water snake zone and was heading deeper into the river. Under the surging river, many eyes looked at the disappearing Lin Ling in shock. For a long time, no one made a sound. Awesome! Lin Ling's speed was like lightning, and he quickly leaped across the river. Rumble! Wherever he passed, the river water exploded and shot up into the sky. However, an endless thunderstorm zone began to appear in front of him. Good timing! Lin Ling shouted. Without slowing down, he rushed forward. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts wreaked havoc on him, but it didn't affect him at all. Instead, it made his thunder-locked true body show signs of a breakthrough. Playing with thunder, Lin Ling was not afraid. Rumble! After a long time, Lin Ling rushed through the thunderstorm zone. In front of him, a huge mouth appeared as if it was swallowing the heavens and earth. After Lin Ling rushed over, it suddenly closed. Lin Ling also felt that he seemed to have entered a dark void. He immediately knew that he had been swallowed by some kind of divine beast. I am one of the 4 great divine beasts, Chaos. I have always been the one swallowing others. You want to swallow me? Dream on. Waves of energy were refining Lin Ling, trying to refine Lin Ling into dust. However, after Lin Ling was refined, he was revived on the other side. This was an immortal body. Other than the power of God and the steps of God, no other energy could affect Lin Ling. Swallow! Lin Ling's body exploded, and he turned into endless darkness. Then he began to swallow this part of the void universe. At this moment, above the billowing Kaiyuan River, a whale-like divine beast floated there. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed everything. However, at this moment, endless darkness spread out. Then, the darkness began to drown the whale. The whale was completely swallowed, and it disappeared into the darkness forever. In the 7 forbidden lands of the 9 prefectures, no one can cross the Kaiyuan River. However, this cannot stop me, Lin Ling. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally saw the riverbank. This made him look back at the billowing heavenly river, and a sense of heroism rose in his heart. He had finally reached the other side of the Kaiyuan River. Who are you? You are so bold. After so many years, you are the first expert I have seen cross the Kaiyuan River. Just as he reached the other side of the Kaiyuan River, a deep voice sounded. He saw a huge green dragon floating in the distance. At this moment, the dragon opened its mouth and spoke in human language. Hee, I am Legong Lin Ling. Looking at the green dragon, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Lin Ling? Legong Lin Ling? The young man who came to our Dragon Valley years ago? The green dragon was shocked. Obviously, it knew about Lin Ling. It said in shock, Amazing, you are really amazing. I heard about you from the light golden dragon. At first, I did not believe it. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I know how amazing Legong Lin Ling is. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was not unfamiliar with the Dragon Valley, so he was a little polite when speaking. Mr. Legong Lin Ling, this is the second time you have come to our Dragon Valley. Are you going to meet the dragon god? At this moment, the green dragon asked again. To be honest, I came after I went to the Dragon Valley. Lin Ling said bluntly. In that case, Mr. Lin Ling, why don't you meet the dragon god? The green dragon thought for a while, and then spoke in human language. If the dragon god knew that it met Lin Ling, and did not invite him, the dragon god would definitely blame it. Lin Ling did not want to waste time. However, the dragon god had helped him in the past. Now that he was passing by the Dragon Valley, and did not meet him, it would be rude. At that moment, Lin Ling nodded. Great, Your Excellency Lin Ling. Please come with me. The green dragon circled in the sky, and then landed in front of Lin Ling, inviting Lin Ling to ride on its body. Chapter 4497. Since the other party had said so, Lin Ling did not refuse anymore. He leaped onto the azure dragon, and allowed it to carry him into the distance. The azure dragon was very fast. It flew across the sky, and Lin Ling could see the endless mountains and rivers beneath its feet. Lin Ling looked on quietly. Memories of his first visit to the dragon flooded into his mind. Not long after, an ancient valley appeared in front of him. It was majestic and holy. Wisps of dragon chi soared into the sky and swirled around. Lin Ling saw that the endless dragon chi had combined to form a chi dragon. It was as if it had stolen the fortune of the world. Lin Ling is here. Legong Lin Ling is here. Lin Ling, one of the 9 states' 4 great gods? I've heard so much about you. Go and welcome him. A series of low, thunderous voices suddenly sounded. The entire Dragon Valley seemed to tremble. Then there was a continuous rumble. A large number of dragon gods flew out, and circled around in the sky. It was an extremely spectacular scene. That's Legong Lin Ling. They all stared at the man on the azure dragon with excitement in their eyes. Dragon! They were the proudest. The fact that they could worship him so much showed how high Lin Ling's position was in their hearts. Among them, the most dazzling golden dragon floated among the dragons. It laughed heartily. Lin Ling, why didn't you inform me that you're here? I could have gone and welcomed you. It was the bright golden dragon. There were a few dark green dragons beside it. They were Xiao Er and the others. At this moment, they were also excitedly greeting Lin Ling. It was as if it was their fortune to be able to meet Lin Ling. Of course, the azure dragon that Lin Ling was sitting on was also extremely excited and proud. It was laughing heartily. It's so lively. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was very surprised. He remembered the last time he came to the Dragon Valley. At that time, the dragons looked at him with a sense of superiority. It was as if they were looking at a junior. But now, the dragons were looking at him with admiration. It was as if they were looking at the dragon god. Haha, Lin Ling is here. At this moment, a loud roar rang out. Following which, an old man in a dragon robe walked over step by step in the sky. This old man had a very long beard and a square face. His expression was dignified, and he was the dragon god of the dragon clan. I haven't seen Senior Dragon God for many years. Junior greets Senior Dragon God. Lin Ling immediately bowed slightly to the old man. Back then, when he first came to the Dragon Valley, the dragon god had also helped him. Although at that time, it was mostly because of Lei Gong's face, but at least he had left a good impression on Lin Ling. Haha, in front of Lord Lei Gong, I dare not call myself senior. The old man laughed loudly, and the azure dragon under Lin Ling also stopped flying. It didn't dare to be too rash, and allowed Lin Ling to walk down from its body. Haha, Senior Dragon God, you're too humble. Lin Ling immediately smiled, and walked towards the old man. Lin Ling, you're really a rare guest to our Dragon Valley this time. No matter what, you must stay in the Dragon Valley for a period of time. Let me take good care of you. The old man also walked towards Lin Ling, and politely held Lin Ling's hand. It seemed that he had already treated Lin Ling as a peer. Because of the trip to the sacred mountain, Lin Ling's name had spread across all realms. Whether it was the void of the 9 continents, the spirit nation, or even the chaotic realm. This also let him know that the current Lin Ling was no longer the junior of the past. Perhaps at some point in the future, the Dragon Valley would have to rely on Lin Ling. I'm very sorry. I came to the Kaiyuan River this time to go to the godly land of the Broken Realm. I received news from somewhere that I know the way to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. However, the premise is that I have to go to the godly land of the Broken Realm to find someone. Lin Ling did not hide anything and directly said, the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Hearing this, the old man's expression changed. Then, seeing that there were too many people around, he immediately led Lin Ling down the Dragon Valley and into the cave. All of you guard the surroundings. No one is allowed to come close. All the dragons received the dragon god's order. In the cave, the old man looked at Lin Ling seriously and said, Lin Ling, do you really have a way to enter the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace? He was very clear that in the void of the 9 continents, only the Taoist of many treasures knew the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. However, this person appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and was one of the hosts of the world will. It was not easy to get the key from him. As for the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he also knew that the next host of the world will was hidden. Generally speaking, things related to the world will were no small matter in the current era. It should be close. Therefore, I want to enter the godly land of the Broken Realm, to find someone. Lin Ling nodded. As expected of Lei Gong, Lin Ling, you really have a way. After receiving Lin Ling's affirmation, the old man praised. Because there were many people who wanted to enter the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. However, other than the Taoist of many treasures, who else could do it? However, Lin Ling could. In addition, Lin Ling's crazily increasing strength, and Lei Gong's Great Hall's powerful background, made the old man feel that Lin Ling was simply omnipotent. He was even more powerful than the previous generation's Lei Gong. The godly land of the Broken Realm was the gathering place of the ancient great gods. That place is like the void of the 9 continents, but it is not as big as the void of the 9 continents. However, the experts there are not weak. If it was not for a certain great god who said that they were not allowed to casually enter the void of the 9 continents, the current void of the 9 continents would not be the same. It would be the world of the 4 great gods. The old man calmly said, if you want to enter the godly land of the Broken Realm, it is a bit difficult. You must hide your identity, especially when I heard that you have enmity with the immortal spirit empire. If they know that you are here, they will definitely mobilize the entire empire to deal with you. Moreover, the 10 orthodoxies are not simple. I don't know where they got it from. According to the news, during the previous battle on the Divine Mountain, you seized the World Will's host stone tablet, so they have been eyeing you covetously. I did indeed obtain the World Will's host stone tablet, But unfortunately, it was snatched away by the great god of the spirit nation. However, he did not obtain the person recorded on the host's stone tablet, because someone from the primal chaos realm interfered. It seems that they did not want the secret to be leaked and destroyed the stone tablet. Lin Ling immediately said, "No way." The old man was shocked, but he knew that Lin Ling would not lie to him, so he helplessly shook his head. It seemed that no one knew the whereabouts of the Seventh World Will's host stone tablet. Hiding my identity is not a problem. I naturally have a way to hide my identity. However, where is the godly land of the broken realm? This will require Senior Dragon God's guidance. Lin Ling said again. Don't worry. I will let the light golden dragon bring you there. The old man did not hesitate and immediately decided to help Lin Ling. All right. When the time comes and I obtain the map of the 8th level of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace, I will definitely call Senior Dragon God. Lin Ling was well aware and immediately promised. Haha, that's good. The old man laughed loudly. He naturally wanted to enter the 8th level of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. Lin Ling, it's rare for you to come here. Why don't you try challenging the Dragon Tomb? Because Lin Ling had agreed to let the Dragon Valley enter the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace, the old man also planned to give Lin Ling a reward. Chapter 4498. Hehe. It's the place where the dragons of our dragon clan have fallen for thousands of years. As long as a dragon has fallen, they will return to their homeland and become a dragon vein. If the younger generation wants to obtain their dragon vein, they will have to break into the dragon tomb. The old man said with a smile. He led Lin Ling out of the cave and laughed. Young ones, Legong Lin Ling rarely comes here, so I've decided to make an exception and let him break into the dragon tomb. What do you think? You should know that Lin Ling has the dragon god talent. At some point, he will also have the bloodline of our dragon clan. The old man was also very smart. With a few words he made Lin Ling one of them. Okay. The dragons in the valley let out an earth-shattering roar. While Lin Ling is going to break into the dragon tomb, there will be a good show to watch. The bright golden dragon also roared, looking forward to it. This made Lin Ling feel that this so-called dragon tomb was not easy to break into. Moreover, he did not seem to have agreed to break into it. Lin Ling, you have the bloodline of the dragon. If you can obtain the dragon vein, your dragon talent will definitely improve. By the way, has your dragon talent reached the god level? The old man suddenly laughed. Hearing this, Lin Ling was slightly surprised. Then, a hint of anticipation rose in his heart. He smiled and said, My dual dragon talent is now in the low-tier divine fetus category. Hehe. If you want to break into the dragon tomb, it will depend on your ability. If you are lucky, you might be able to improve your divine fetus by 2 tiers. The old man said. Hearing this, I'm even more excited. Then let's try this dragon tomb. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Then, under the guidance of the old man, he entered the cave. After passing through the cave, he came to the underground. The area here was extremely grand. On the ground, huge stone dragons sat there. They were very majestic and gave people a sense of majesty. These were the seniors of the dragon clan who had fallen in the past. Now they had all turned into stone statues. If one wanted to obtain their dragon veins, they would have to break the stone statues and allow the dragon veins to enter their bodies. Lin Ling, you may choose any dragon ancestor. Now that you possess the dragon bloodline, you are also a dragon of our dragon valley. Therefore, our ancestors will not blame you. The radiant golden dragon followed and said with a beaming smile. Looking behind him, the dragons had also transformed into their human forms. There were both men and women, and all of them were looking at Lin Ling expectantly. This dragon tomb shouldn't be easy to enter. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at the radiant golden dragon. Of course, because these dragon ancestors are also divided into generations. Last time, I defeated an ancestor of the 52nd generation. At that time, it took me 100 years. The radiant golden dragon said solemnly. He is still formidable. Like Xiao Air, he has already come here no less than 10 times. However, after spending 800 years of time, he didn't obtain a single dragon vein. He can't break through those stone sculptures at all. The old man smiled as he spoke. Back then, I used 1,200 years to break the dragon vein of my 87th ancestor. I used 30,000 years to break the one of the 66th ancestor. I used 100,000 years to break the one of the 99th ancestor. Sigh, I am the most embarrassing person in the Dragon Valley. Voices sounded at the same time, fully demonstrating the difficulty of breaking through the stone sculptures. Hearing what you all said, it seems that the dragon vein will also give back power. Otherwise, you all wouldn't have to give up halfway. However, I also want to see how powerful the dragon ancestors are. Lin Ling's eyes were burning, and his fighting spirit was also aroused. He looked at the old man and said, Senior Dragon God, if I break through those stone sculptures, the Dragon Valley will not blame me. The Dragon Veins and the Dragon Valley won't blame me, right? Those dragon ancestors won't blame me, right? I don't want to do something annoying. Haha, don't worry about that. Our dragon ancestors admire powerful juniors the most. If you can break the stone sculptures, the ancestors will be passed on to you. That ancestor will fight side by side with you, and he will be even more proud. Don't worry. The most afraid is that you can't break through. Hearing this, the old man laughed and said, Okay, then I'll go. After receiving the old man's affirmation, Lin Ling was no longer afraid. He walked into the endless stone sculptures in front of him. However, as soon as he entered, a powerful dragon's aura suppressed him, making it difficult for Lin Ling to breathe. Moreover, when Lin Ling approached one of the dragon ancestors, he felt as if the ancestor had come alive and was looking at him with majestic eyes, as if it wanted him to back off. It's just as I thought. Lin Ling nodded, not surprised. Then, he began to choose the dragonstone sculptures. When he was choosing, the dragons were also discussing spiritedly. Do you think Lei Gong Lin Ling can break through the dragon vein? I think it will be difficult. Of course, if Lei Gong Lin Ling is patient, it is still possible to spend a year. That's right. Lei Gong Lin Ling is stronger than the bright golden dragon, so it will definitely take a long time. However, the prerequisite is that the ancestor he chooses is not too old. Lei Gong Lin Ling is not a fool. He will probably choose an ancestor from before the 50th generation. While everyone was discussing spiritedly, Xiao Er's eyes suddenly narrowed. He pointed to the front and said, Look, he seems to have chosen the 12th ancestor. What? The 12th ancestor is the dragon of the wind god. It has been around for a long time, and is an ancestor. How can an ordinary person break through it? After being pointed at by Xiao Er, the dragons were shocked. This kid is really bold. However, one of his dual dragon talents seems to be wind type. No wonder he chose the dragon of the wind god. Of course, that ancestor is not so easy to break. The old man was also shocked. Dragon god, do you think Lin Ling can succeed? The dragons immediately looked at the old man and asked. If he has a year, it is very likely that he will succeed. After all, he is only slightly weaker than me. The old man analyzed and said, If it were me, I would probably be able to break through in 3 days. Boom. However, just as he finished speaking, a blood sword slashed out. Then under countless gazes, the huge dragon stone statue in the distance collapsed. Endless wild winds enveloped Lin Ling, and turned into a mysterious force that disappeared into Lin Ling's body. A year? Everyone was dumbfounded, including the dragon god. The dragon god needed 3 days, but Lin Ling only needed 15 minutes. Could it be that this kid's strength is stronger than I imagined? The old man frowned. It was as if this was the first time he had seen Lin Ling. His evaluation of Lin Ling had obviously increased by another point. Oh my god, look, Lin Ling has moved. He chose the third ancestor of the dragons. Before everyone could recover from their shock, the radiant golden dragon suddenly pointed to the front and said incoherently. Lin Ling, who was wrapped in wild winds, had already stepped forward and arrived under a majestic heavenly dragon. This was the heavenly dragon of the Buddha god, the third ancestor of the dragons of the Dragon Valley. Chapter 4499. This guy is crazy. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Lin Ling, who was standing under the ancient stone sculpture. Although they had already given Lin Ling a high evaluation, they still felt that Lin Ling was too arrogant. The third-generation dragon ancestor, Lei Gong Lin Ling, wants to break it. I'm afraid it will take at least 100 years. Until now, no one in our Dragon Valley has obtained the dragon's vein from 10 generations ago. Although Lin Ling is very strong, it will be difficult to succeed in 10 years. It will be difficult for him to succeed in 100 years. It will take him at least 10,000 years. 10,000 years is considered fast. Could it be that Lin Ling is stronger than the dragon god? The sound of discussion spread throughout the dragon's tomb. The old man also had a serious face. He could not understand where Lin Ling's confidence came from. Unless Lin Ling thought that his strength was stronger than the dragon god. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling stood there quietly. His eyes were fixed on the gigantic dragon sculpture in front of him. From the dragon sculpture, he could sense an unparalleled pressure coming at him. It felt as if he had seen the Buddha god. Very strong, Lin Ling muttered to himself. Currently, his body was still surrounded by a gust of wind. This gust of wind was very ancient, as if it was a divine wind from ancient times. Even a god would find it difficult to withstand it, let alone a god. This was because the divine wind kept drilling into Lin Ling's organs, limbs, and bones as if it was going to blow everything away. However, Lin Ling's body was very strong. It was like an immortal chaos. Therefore, the divine wind could not affect him at all. Instead, it was constantly refined by his energy center. This was also the reason why Lin Ling dared to break the dragon sculpture in one move. Because he believed in his own strength, and believed that he could withstand the dragon sculpture's power. However, the dragon sculpture in front of him was somewhat extraordinary. It was undoubtedly much more difficult to obtain its dragon's vein. Senior, I am Lin Ling. I want to obtain your dragon's vein. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. Finally, Lin Ling said calmly. Boom! The dragon sculpture seemed to have a spirit of its own. When it heard Lin Ling's voice, it abruptly responded with endless Sanskrit chants. Like the bell of the great Tao, it suppressed Lin Ling with an earth-shattering force. Bang! Lin Ling took a step back. Although the dragon eagle did not attack, Lin Ling could sense the disdain and arrogance of the dragon eagle. It was as if he was saying that Lin Ling wasn't qualified. This Buddha dragon is quite interesting. It actually warned me, Lin Ling muttered to himself. He was very clear that the dragon eagle's Sanskrit chants were to let Lin Ling evaluate himself and see if he was strong enough. Because once the attack began, there was no way out. Either Lin Ling succeeded, or Lin Ling failed, and was seriously injured. Is this enough? Lin Ling bellowed, and the second talent fusion appeared. He did not attack, but instead displayed a powerful aura. Wung! An even more ancient and sonorous sound of the bell of the great Tao rang out. Then, the originally dim dragon sculpture quietly turned dark gold. The old ancestor has awakened. Seeing this magical scene, everyone in the distance cried out, because these dragon ancestors had been dead for countless years. Even if they left behind a wisp of consciousness, it was very weak. And the third-generation dragon ancestor was even older, so that wisp of consciousness was naturally weaker, and was probably about to dissipate. But now, the third-generation dragon ancestor was blooming with light, as if communicating with Lin Ling. What a miracle, the old man said in shock. He had been in the dragon tomb for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a magical scene. It seems that I still don't respect Senior enough. If that's the case, then I'll be stronger. At this moment, Lin Ling muttered to himself, and the third talent fusion appeared. Boom! His aura rose steadily, and the 7 divine embryos appeared around him, their divine essence surging. Wung! But the stronger Lin Ling's aura was, the more the dragon eagle's aura erupted. The originally dark gold dragon eagle had now become a resplendent gold, and countless Sanskrit words seemed to materialize, floating around the dragon eagle. It was very sacred. Moreover, the originally dark gold eyes also flashed at this moment, as if adding a finishing touch to a dragon's eye, and looked down at Lin Ling. Clearly, Lin Ling's powerful aura had completely awakened this dragon ancestor, who had lived for countless years. And when the dragon eyes opened, Lin Ling immediately sensed an even more terrifying dragon aura suppressing him, as if he had encountered the most ancient and powerful Buddha god. The third-generation dragon ancestor must be the heavenly dragon beside the Buddha god, the true heavenly dragon protector. Is it still not enough? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he sensed a mysterious power being born in his dantian, like a seed sprouting, gradually becoming stronger and stronger. It was the wind dragon's talent. The dragon eagle that Lin Ling had broken earlier was shrouded by the fierce wind, and now it was entering Lin Ling's body, being refined by Lin Ling. And the wind dragon's talent was also increasing crazily, directly reaching the mid-god talent level. 8th grade talent, 9th grade talent, 10th grade talent, 1st grade mid-god divine embryo body. Boom! Around Lin Ling's body, fierce winds suddenly surged, and if one looked carefully, those fierce winds actually turned into mysterious dragon figures, wild and unruly. At this moment, Lin Ling's physical strength was also increasing crazily, and it actually increased by a total of 1 million worlds. Moreover, the wind dragon was good at speed, so it also increased Lin Ling's speed slightly. However, Lin Ling did not understand much from the wind dragon, so the increase was not very big. Mid-god divine embryo. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he raised his head again to look at the dragon eagle in front of him. And the dragon eagle's eyes clearly flashed. Previously, it had sensed that Lin Ling's dragon bloodline was very, very weak, and not orthodox at all, and was not qualified to obtain its dragon bloodline. But now, it sensed that Lin Ling had completely transformed into a dragon, and had the powerful dragon god bloodline. Of course, the most important thing was that the aura that was fighting against it had now reached the peak state. Mid-god divine embryo. This is the supreme bloodline of the dragon god. In the distance, the bright golden dragon also spoke in shock, because now, Lin Ling's dragon talent was not much weaker than his. Boom! And at this moment, Lin Ling displayed the other 2 mid-god talents again. In this way, the 3 mid-god talents erupted at the same time, forming a terrifying aura that suppressed the dragon eagle. Now am I qualified enough? Lin Ling took a step forward, his aura majestic. Ka. The huge dragon eagle also swayed slightly, as if it was affected by Lin Ling's aura. 3 mid-god divine embryos. Just 1 mid-god divine embryo is already in existence with extraordinary potential in the Jiuzhou void. 3 TSK. This potential is strong beyond imagination. The old man's eyes were full of excitement, as if he saw an ancient giant beast slowly rising. Look, the third-generation dragon ancestor has dimmed. Suddenly, someone pointed at the dragon eagle and said, the dragon eagle, which was shining brightly before, had now become much dimmer, and even the deafening Sanskrit chants were now much weaker. Chapter 4500. After all, the third-generation ancestor was an incomparably ancient existence in the dragon clan. It had supreme authority, so no one could attack it as they wished. The most basic thing was to see if one was qualified to attack it. Lord Dragon God, could it be that Lin Ling has obtained the third-generation ancestor's dragon vein? Xiao Er immediately asked curiously. No, it's just recognition. It's hard to say if he wants to obtain the dragon vein. Lin Ling might have to use an attack that's twice as powerful as his aura to break the dragon eagle. The elder said. It's that difficult? Everyone was shocked. This is a protracted battle. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Perhaps Lin Ling might be able to break the dragon eagle. However, I'm too familiar with Lin Ling. He won't waste 10,000 years here. Therefore, his plan is probably 3 years. The bright golden dragon immediately said. He was also considered one of the best in the dragon clan. The elder was speechless. However, if one were to talk about the person with the fastest growth rate, it would be Lin Ling. This was because in the entire Jiuzhou void, and even in the deity realm, no one could have Lin Ling's crazy growth rate. Therefore, he believed that Lin Ling wouldn't waste 10,000 years here. Not at all. Can he succeed in 3 years? Hearing the bright golden dragon's words, everyone frowned. Even if it was 3 years, they still found it unbelievable. After all, That was the third-generation ancestor. There's a 70% chance of success. However, the elder looked carefully at Lin Ling and suddenly said solemnly, if it was someone else, it might be impossible, including him, the dragon god. However, if it was Lin Ling, then everything was possible. Boom. However, while they were talking, Lin Ling had already made his move. He jumped up and struck his palm fiercely. That seemingly ordinary palm carried with it the power of the ancient Great Tao. It was as if it could split the universe and split the earth. Bang! Then Lin Ling landed on the ground. Everyone was silent. Lin Ling had finally made his move. He wanted to break the dragon eagle and obtain the dragon vein. However, it was obvious that the effect of this first attack was very ordinary. It didn't cause any damage to the dragon eagle. Looks like it will indeed take 3 years. Everyone knew very well that if they wanted to break the dragon eagle, 3 years was the minimum. However, at that moment Lin Ling moved. Instead of looking at the dragon eagle, he turned around and looked at everyone. What's going on? Could it be that Lin Ling had completely given up? However, everyone agreed that this was a possibility. Perhaps Lin Ling did not want to waste 3 years here. Moreover, even if he could not obtain the dragon bloodline of the third-generation ancestor, he could choose the bloodline of the other dragon ancestors. There was no need to hang himself on a tree. Rumble. However, just as this thought appeared in their minds, the gigantic dragon sculpture behind Lin Ling began to crack. Following that, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, it collapsed with a loud bang. Then, endless Sanskrit chants rolled in the dust, turning into a dragon of wind that coiled around Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's entire body shone with a golden light. Dragon roars constantly resounded, and these dragon roars were like the chanting of countless Buddhas. The third dragon ancestor had been defeated. This. Looking at the dazzling scene in the distance, the old man's pupils trembled. One move. The dragon eagle of the third-generation ancestor had been defeated. Could it be that Lin Ling's attack was stronger than his? However, from what he had seen before, that palm strike was very ordinary. There was no divine power, no divine steps, and no display of talent. What was going on? No one knew that Lin Ling had used the Panga strike split the heavens. This was because Lin Ling sensed that although his aura had been recognized by the dragon eagle, his attack was clearly not enough to break the dragon eagle. Even the steps of slaughter was not enough. When he had cut the wind dragon eagle in half, he had almost activated the murderous aura in his body, causing Lin Ling to transform into the killing god again. Not to mention using the steps of slaughter to kill the third dragon ancestor. Therefore, the only thing he could use was the Panga strike. Now Lin Ling's physical strength had reached 3 million worlds of power. When he used the Panga strike, it could reach a terrifying 6 million worlds of power. In addition, the Panga strike was not only powerful, but it also contained the most primitive and ancient power of creation. Therefore, it was able to break the dragon eagle. Million Buddha's greeting, Heavenly Dragon Protector. Lin Ling's heavenly dragon talent was crazily increasing at this moment. Countless Buddhist chants appeared in his mind and intertwined with the Vajrabodhi, forming a powerful Buddhist power. Lin Ling had long possessed the power of Buddhism. However, after the birth of the divine embryo, Lin Ling rarely cultivated this power. Now this dormant power had awakened once again, and it was increasing by leaps and bounds. As for the Vajrabodhi, in fact, this was not a pure Buddhist power. It was a combination of Tao and Buddhism, but it could be combined with Buddhist power. This also caused Lin Ling's physical strength to increase crazily, increasing by a total of 1 million worlds of power. Moreover, this increase still did not stop. My physical defense has improved to a whole new level. Lin Ling muttered to himself, secretly rejoicing. If he did not cultivate the Panga strike, he firmly believed that he could not break the dragon eagle at all. After all, apart from the steps of wisdom and the Panga strike, Lin Ling's overall strength could not be compared to the dragon god. It was just that his potential was stronger than the dragon god. Boom! A deafening sound rang out in Lin Ling's body. Then, Lin Ling noticed that his strength had increased by 1.5 million worlds of power. In addition to the previous increase of 1 million worlds of power, this time, Lin Ling had increased by 5 million worlds of power. This energy merged with the initial energy, causing Lin Ling's strength to reach 5 million worlds of power. Lin Ling could feel that his internal organs, limbs, and bones were all filled with energy. It was as if each of them had grown to the peak of the universe, spreading throughout his body. A sense of heroism rose in his heart. It was as if the entire void of the 9 prefectures would tremble if he moved his feet. How was this a god? This was simply an ancient giant beast. If I use the Pang to strike Tisk Tsk, I will have the power of 10 million worlds of power. What kind of concept is this? I'm afraid that with just the strength of my physical body, I will be almost invincible among the lower gods. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes, and there was a smile in his eyes. This time, he originally planned to go to the Broken Divine Land, but he ended up coming to the Dragon Valley as a guest. He did not expect such a pleasant surprise. Then, he withdrew the energy in his body and slowly walked toward the crowd. The crowd also stared at the blue-robed man walking over, but they found that Lin Ling was very ordinary. It was impossible for them to imagine that this seemingly ordinary man could break the dragon eagle. Chapter 4501. Met Freak. After a long time, everyone spoke at the same time. They looked at Lin Ling, as if they were looking at a monster. Hee, I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled faintly. What level have the divine fetuses reached? The old man asked curiously. The Wind Dragon's talent is at the level of a rank 1 intermediate deity, while the Sky Dragon's talent is probably at the level of a rank 3 intermediate deity. However, the Wind Dragon's talent has reached its limit, while the Sky Dragon's talent can still be improved. Lin Ling said with a smile after thinking for a while. Freak. The old man looked at Lin Ling in a daze and said after a while. Lin Ling had too many intermediate deity divine fetuses. Any one of these divine fetuses could make him a god, not to mention that Lin Ling had so many divine fetuses. Thank you, Senior Dragon God. After Lin Ling smiled, he bowed to the old man and said, Thank you. Hee, this is your opportunity. However, I didn't expect that after so many years, the only one who obtained the 10th generation of the dragon ancestor would be you. The old man said with a sigh. Moreover, Lin Ling obtained 2 great dragon bloodlines at once. The bright golden dragon immediately said. Everyone came to their senses and looked at Lin Ling with even more reverence. Lin Ling, if you don't mind, I would like to leave a statue of you in the Dragon Valley, so that the younger generation of the dragon tribe can look up to you. At this time, the old man said again. Then he saw that Lin Ling was puzzled. He smiled and said, Generally speaking, only those who have made great contributions to the dragon tribe are qualified to have a statue in the Dragon Valley. Although you are not from the Dragon Valley, you have the dragon bloodline and are considered part of the dragon tribe. So a statue is very normal. It's okay, as long as you don't embarrass the dragon tribe. Hearing this reason, Lin Ling nodded indifferently. It's good that you agreed. Come, let's leave this place. The old man smiled happily. Lin Ling didn't know that many years later, an ancient statue would appear in the Dragon Valley. This statue was different from the others. It was not in the shape of a dragon, but of a human. However, it was the ancestor of the dragon race. All descendants of the dragon race had to look up and kneel before it. Of course, this was after the statue was erected. After Lin Ling left the dragon tomb with the old man said to Lin Ling, The Broken Domain Divine Land is very big. If there is no one to lead the way, it will take a lot of time to get there. How about I let the light golden dragon bring you there, and complete this mission with you? Alright. Lin Ling nodded. The old man immediately looked at the radiant golden dragon and exhorted it. No matter what, Lin Ling had to be the leader of this expedition. The radiant golden dragon mustn't be rash or arrogant. In fact, even without the old man's reminder, the radiant golden dragon had once roamed the world with Lin Ling. He had long been convinced of Lin Ling's strength. Alright, let's set off immediately. After the radiant golden dragon agreed, he looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded and said goodbye to the old man. He then left with the radiant golden dragon. The two of them walked side by side, leaping over the Dragon Valley and the mountains. After a long time, an ancient void appeared in front of them. However, this was the void on the other side of the Kaiyuan River. It was also Lin Ling's first time here. Lin Ling looked back and saw that the Dragon Valley was located on the bank of the Kaiyuan River. As there was a continent on the bank of the river, it was impossible for people to notice it. Previously, when they were in the Dragon Valley, it was on the bank of the river. Instead, it made people think that they were in a huge world. After that, Lin Ling looked ahead and saw that the void on the other side of the Kaiyuan River was very different. There were huge rocks floating everywhere. Some of the rocks were emitting flames, some of them were poisonous, and some of them were thunderous. Those rocks are floating from the broken realm of the gods. The other side of the Kaiyuan River is closer to the realm of the gods. Seeing that Lin Ling was puzzled, the radiant golden dragon explained, I heard from the dragon god that after the war of the gods, the realm of the gods was broken. Countless pieces of broken earth shot out from the void. Later on, they were blocked by the Kaiyuan River. Therefore, you can't see any broken earth from the realm of the gods in the Jiuzhou void. Rumble. As he spoke, a flaming wind came from afar. As if it had a spirit, it engulfed Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon. Bang! However, Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon were both very powerful. Therefore, they easily broke through the flaming wind. This is also the power formed after the realm of the gods was broken. If the Kaiyuan River didn't block this power, the Jiuzhou void wouldn't be so safe now. The radiant golden dragon said immediately after breaking through the flaming wind. Lin Ling nodded. There were also mysterious powers floating in the Jiuzhou void. However, there weren't many of them. They were all void storms and the like. However, these powers were not worth mentioning at all to God-level experts. If it was the flaming wind from before, even God-level experts wouldn't dare to take it head-on. As for martial artists below God level, they could only die if they encountered it. It seemed that the Kaiyuan River was also a natural barrier that protected the safety of the Jiuzhou void. Moreover, the Kaiyuan River existed before the realm of the gods was broken. This also showed how ancient the Kaiyuan River was. Lin Ling over here. At this moment, the radiant golden dragon sensed and immediately flew in another direction. Lin Ling also hurriedly followed. After flying for half a day, an ancient continent finally appeared in front of them. It was like a plate floating in the void. Around this huge plate, waves of terrifying power wreaked havoc, as if it was showing the realm of the gods' war in the past. Intense and surging, those powers were also very strange. There were flames, lightning, gales, poisonous fog, and so on. This also made it difficult for ordinary people to get close to that huge continent. That is the godly land of the broken territory. Because of the tyrannical power around it, the entire godly land is well preserved. It was a part of the realm of the gods. The people on the godly land are also the descendants of the era of the gods. Their overall strength is much stronger than the Jiuzhou void. The radiant golden dragon stared ahead and said. Lin Ling saw a deep fear in his eyes. It seemed that the radiant golden dragon had wandered around the godly land of the broken territory a lot. By the way, who are you looking for? The godly land of the broken territory is too big. If you don't even know the name, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to find him. At this moment, the radiant golden dragon said again. Sima Ruochan. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately said, an ancient figure. He is probably also a figure from the era of the gods. Sima Ruochan. The radiant golden dragon recalled Lin Ling's words and frowned. Then he said, although we know the name, it is not easy to find this person. Why don't we enter the godly land first, and then slowly investigate? Chapter 4502. As they approached the ancient continent, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Based on his understanding of the ruinous realm, the strongest experts on this continent were none other than Xian Wuba and the 10 sects. Xian Wuba's strength was comparable to the dragon god. Previously at the Xiaox cave, if it weren't for Lin Ling borrowing the power of the formation, Grandpa Jewel God, and the others, Xian Wuba might not have fled. That being said, Lin Ling was confident that if he used the steps of wisdom against Pangu, he would be able to kill Xian Wuba at his peak. Besides, Xian Wuba was most likely severely injured after escaping from the formation. He had yet to recover, thus he would not be a threat to Lin Ling for the time being. Therefore, the only things that could threaten Lin Ling were the 10 orthodoxies. Lin Ling was not familiar with the 10 orthodoxies. He only knew how to use the Tao of life to unify people. However, he was sure that the 10 orthodoxies were not weak. I can't expose my identity before I find Sima Ruochen. Otherwise, it will be even harder to find Sima Ruochen if Xian Wuba and the others are attracted here. Lin Ling knew that if Xian Wuba and the others knew that he had come to the ruinous realm, they would surely mobilize their entire army and attack Lin Ling to obtain the secrets of the will of the world. Lin Ling knew. The radiant golden dragon noticed that Lin Ling had changed. Although he could still see Lin Ling's silhouette, it was completely different from the Lin Ling he knew. As for his aura, it was now the cultivation of the martial progenitor realm. The martial progenitor realm. He did not even have the right to be a god. However, the radiant golden dragon soon learned of Lin Ling's plan. Lin Ling was here to find someone, so it was better for him to keep a low profile. Following this, the radiant golden dragon also wanted to conceal his strength, but Lin Ling was rejected. If you hide your strength, others will think that we are too weak and will bully us. So, it's better for you to maintain your original appearance. Lin Ling said. The light golden dragon nodded with a smile. Actually, it wasn't the first time he'd come to the Hollow Land, so there was no point in hiding his strength, because some people would recognize him in the end. Moreover, his method of concealing his aura was not as impressive as Lin Ling's. He might end up making a fool of himself by trying to be clever. The two of them chatted as they flew past the void energy around the island. Finally, they landed on the mainland. Leaping down from the sky, Lin Ling saw that the entire continent was divided into two parts. There was a main road in the middle that led all the way to the end. This road was paved with purple and white gold bricks, and it was very luxurious and sacred. Snow maple trees were planted on both sides of the road, and when the wind blew, the maple flowers would flutter. It was very beautiful. As for the end of the path, there were two enormous statues there. They were respectively a woman and an old man, and they were extremely lifelike. Those two are gods who survived from the age of the gods. They were the ones who discovered the broken divine land, so they are called the primogenitors by the people here. They created the immortal spirit hegemony nation, and the 10 orthodoxies respectively. Noticing Lin Ling's gaze, the radiant golden dragon explained. Are they still alive now? Lin Ling asked curiously. That I don't know. But the broken divine land holds a memorial ceremony for the two ancestors every year, so they should have passed away. Although the lifespan of a god is endless, there are actually limits to this endless lifespan. If they cannot break through in this endless time, their lifespan will eventually run out. This is also why the gods still want to become stronger, even though they are already so strong. The longer they live, the more afraid they are of death. The radiant golden dragon sighed. He had been in the Dragon Valley for many years, and in fact, he had seen the fall of his ancestors. You're right. If the gods really like the feeling of dominating everything, they can choose some weak realms and rule over them. However, this kind of carefree life is ultimately limited. Thus, the gods all want to step into a more powerful world. Only then can they. She continued. That's right. If the gods really like the feeling of being in control of everything, they can definitely choose some weak realms. Then they can live a little longer. Lin Ling nodded, and his eyes looked at the hazy stone statues in the distance. For some reason, he had an illusion that the two stone statues were also looking at him, as if they were still alive. This made Lin Ling secretly shocked. One had to know that in the broken divine land, the 10 strongest orthodoxies and the immortal unconquer were all gods in strength. If the progenitor was still alive, then their strength was unimaginable. The continents on both sides of the road should be the immortal spirit hegemony nation and the 10 orthodoxies. Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling looked at the side of the road. He could vaguely see many martial artists going in and out of the two continents, and their clothes were slightly different. They all wore loose robes, and their long hair flowed freely, giving off a feeling of floating immortality. Looking at the continents on both sides of the road, Lin Ling could also feel that the style of these continents was also floating in the air. On the street, birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant, as if it was spring every day. There were also auspicious beasts walking along the street, and they would not be startled by anyone. At the same time, dense mist floated along the street, colorful and very beautiful. This road separates the immortal spirit hegemony nation and the 10 orthodoxies. Lin Ling, where are we going first? It was not the first time the radiant golden dragon came, so he looked at Lin Ling and asked, "Where are the 10 orthodoxies?" "Let's go to the 10 orthodoxies." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said lightly. He guessed that the so-called Sima Ruachan should be near the 10 orthodoxies, because the immortal spirit hegemony nation was more unified, and the 10 orthodoxies had 10 great orthodoxies. This way, the radiant golden dragon immediately nodded and led Lin Ling along the road. Not long after, an ancient stone door appeared at the side of the road. Beside the stone door sat a stone tablet with the words 10 orthodoxies written on it. Through the stone door, people came and went one after another, and their clothes were obviously different from Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon. So the passers-by looked at Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon with curiosity. "Follow me." The radiant golden dragon led Lin Ling through the stone door with familiarity. In front of them, a luxurious street appeared, and the passers-by walked leisurely. Both sides of the street were filled with shops, and the items sold were also different from those in the 9 states void. The radiant golden dragon led Lin Ling into a shop, and the shop was filled with beautiful clothes. Although they were not divine artifacts, they should have some. They were warm in winter and cool in summer, and had the effect of repelling insects and ants. "The two of you have come at the right time. My shop has a new batch of immortal robes, and they are very beautiful. They will definitely satisfy your wishes." A fat middle-aged man with long hair walked over with a smile. "Young Master Lin, these clothes are all handmade, and each of them is the only one in the city. If you like them, don't miss them." At this time, the radiant golden dragon looked at Lin Ling with a smile, and also addressed Lin Ling as Young Master Li. "Oh, they do look good." Lin Ling nodded lightly. He guessed the reason why the radiant golden dragon brought him here. It wanted to buy clothes in the style of the broken Holy Land, so that it would not be too conspicuous. However, he had to admit that life in the broken Holy Land was very elegant. No matter what they wore or what they did, they pursued perfection. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.